Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, Mayor Brandon Scott is in the hot seat this morning. Why 3 controversies involving members of his administration are to blame. And former President Donald Trump pleads not guilty to 4 federal charges in his efforts to interfere with the 2020 election. What is next in his indictment process?
We're starting off with some misty conditions right now, and we'll track a few off and on showers throughout the day with cooler temperatures. Your full forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good early morning to you on this Friday, August 4th. I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's jump right into your Friday forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at what we're going through this 4:30 a.m.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. We're seeing some of the low clouds that are kind of hanging around. And if you're up early and out to work in the next hour or so, probably going to get a little mist on the windshield. You can kind of see that as we look out from our Inner Harbor sky cam at this time. Temperature's not too bad, actually. 66 in Cockeysville and Towson. We're at 67 in Rosedale, 68 Essex and Middle River. Also upper 60s for you in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. So mostly cloudy skies. Will be cooler with off and on showers today, and then we will be warmer and drier for this upcoming weekend, the first weekend of August. So, on your morning drive, lots of cloud cover out there with temps staying in the 60s for the next few hours. We'll break down what we can expect and if that rain is going to impact you later today, coming up in a few.
This is a very sad day for America. This is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America.
Former President Donald Trump pleads not guilty to 4 federal charges regarding his efforts to interfere with the 2020 election. He appeared in federal court yesterday afternoon in Washington, D.C., saying he's done nothing wrong and he's being targeted for political purposes. This is Trump's 3rd indictment since he left office. Now, Trump's next hearing for this most recent federal indictment is set to take place August 28th. The hearing is set for 5 days after the first Republican presidential primary debate, which Trump says he will not be participating in. The former president will have to follow certain release conditions in this case. That includes he is not allowed to communicate with anyone known to be a witness in this case, except through an attorney. That brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Donald Trump is guilty of conspiring to block the certification of the 2020 election? Of those who have voted, 70% say no. You can vote right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote and click the Pulse tab. This morning in a city in crisis, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott is under fire, facing 3 controversies involving members of his administration. There are questions surrounding the mayor's nomination to lead the fire department as concerns surface over past criminal charges. We still don't have answers more than a month after the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting as the police and mayor and leaders continue this investigation. And a text exchange first reported in the Baltimore Banner between 2 now former city council officials hinting at a plan to get rid of the deputy mayor for public safety. Coming up at 5 o'clock, Shannon Lilly is going to be live with all of those concerns and more about that text message. We begin now with the investigation into concerns surrounding the nomination of James Wallace to lead the Baltimore Fire Department. A report reveals Wallace faced charges a decade ago for allegedly involved in explosives in this incident. Wallace was charged with having possession of a pipe bomb and possession of explosives without a license. The records show Wallace was a paramedic at the time and temporarily suspended from the city. We're now hearing from a former deputy state fire marshal who says he responded to that call more than 30 years ago.
And assisted in searching 2 apartments and located what was called M80 fireworks, which are basically a large firecracker. They are dangerous and unsafe and illegal then and now. They were only about no more than 2.5 inches long. They were a red cardboard tube with cannon fuse sticking out of them. These are, again, dangerous, but they were just over the edge as far as crossing line between fireworks and what was considered pipe bombs or explosives.
Interim Chief Wallace is still waiting for City Council's approval. Fox 45 News continues to demand answers about the response to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. This is more than a month after this happened, where 2 people were killed, 28 others injured at that annual block party. No arrests have been made in connection to the shooting itself. And Baltimore police admit they overlooked several key indicators of a developing threat the night of the shooting. FOX45 pressed the mayor and the acting police commissioner about the shooting this week.
About Brooklyn.
No, you can't. No, you cannot. You cannot.
You don't want to answer?
I'm a Baltimorean, and I'm not going to talk about how close we are and who we're coming after.
A 17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with this incident, but has not been charged in the shooting itself. Neither police nor Baltimore housing authorities say they knew about the block party ahead of time. We found video of past Brooklyn Day parties revealing it happens around the same time every year and has a history of attendees coming with guns and drugs to the event. We also know Safe Streets workers were at the event hours before the shooting. They conducted a series of mediations, then left. Monty still hasn't answered a number of our questions about Safe Streets' response and what those mediations even entailed. The city council is going to hold another hearing on the shooting next month. 6 former Mississippi law enforcement officers plead guilty to federal charges. After the break, the new charges being filed on behalf of the state. And today we're looking mostly cloudy, cooler, and we're off with some showers. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when those storms move through our region. And as we head to the break right now, a quick look at your Lens Solar traffic network. Those Baltimore regional cameras looking good. It's 4:36. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a Friday, and we're looking a little misty out there. You can actually kind of see the mist from our Towson camera. It's a little bit overdone just because that's zoomed in right now, but overall, we are still seeing some of that mist, and you just keep the umbrella with you today because we are tracking a few showers off and on throughout the day. Better chance for those showers a little bit later into the afternoon. Out for a run or a jog this morning. Numbers staying mainly in the mid to upper 60s on your jogging cast. We'll break down a warmer and drier weekend ahead coming up.
Making headlines this morning, 6 former Mississippi law enforcement officers pleading guilty to federal charges related to an attack on 2 black men. According to court documents, in January, the 6 officers entered the victim's home without a warrant and tortured them for 2 hours, shooting one of them and in the mouth. Federal prosecutors applauded the guilty plea yesterday, but say there's more work to be done.
They held themselves above the law. And we as prosecutors and law enforcement officers are angered and appalled by what these defendants did. Now, they'll be treated as the criminals they are.
The defendants will be sentenced in November. Meanwhile, the Mississippi Attorney General's office filed state charges yesterday against the former officers. The defense is revealing more when it comes to an alibi in the case of a man accused of stabbing and killing 4 University of Idaho students at their off-campus home. A defense court filing says Brian Koberger was out on a long car drive alone late that night in early morning hours of November 12th and 13th when the killings took place. His attorneys say he has a habit of taking long drives. This information comes in objection to the state's motion to compel him to disclose details about his alibi. Koberger has not pleaded guilty to the charges he's facing. Download your Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute coverage, traffic conditions, and school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. In the U.S., a Republican senator is working to give Americans a voice when it comes to censorship. After the break, how it all stems from a ban on members of the Biden administration. Meanwhile, a growing number of adults in the U.S. have over $100 worth of unused credit cards sitting in their wallets. Why experts say it could widely impact businesses. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. What happens to your money if the federal debt continues to grow at its current rate? That's this morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Trending now in China, children under 18 could be limited to just 2 hours a day on their smartphones. China's cyberspace regulators say it's preparing to providers of smartphones to introduce programs preventing children from having access to the internet on their phones. Now, people between 16 and 18 would be limited to 2 hours a day. Those 8 to 16, 1 hour. And 8 years old would get just 8 minutes a day. Now, here in the U.S., a Republican senator from Missouri is working to give Americans a voice when it comes to censorship. That's Senator Eric Schmidt. He introduced censorship accountability, and it would take away government protections and give citizens the right to sue officials from the executive branch for violating their First Amendment rights. It's in response to claims that the Biden administration pressured social media companies about removing content on their platforms. That has to do with misinformation.
Agencies people have never heard of were involved in this, in addition to the Department of Justice, the CDC, all these agencies and their power, again, silencing Americans and millions of posts. And that's just not acceptable in this country.
Now, last month, a judge issued a ban on members of the Biden administration communicating with social media companies about taking posts down. Now, a federal appeals court is temporarily blocking the order while the case is being reviewed. The administration maintains it has promoted responsible actions to protect public health, safety, and security. While elsewhere, is unspent money just sitting in your wallet? National Desk correspondent Angela Brown reports on the uptick of forgotten gift cards.
Stop what you're doing right now and open your wallet. A new Bankrate study found that 47% of U.S. adults have at least one unused gift card, with the average value reaching $187 per person, a jump from $116 just 2 years ago. Experts now suggesting this untapped value could help take down high prices at the store.
I think that people can use gift cards as a way to offset costs. So whether that's taking the family out to dinner or buying some new clothes or electronics or a birthday present.
A Credit Summit survey earlier this year found 90% of Americans say they enjoy receiving gift cards as presents, but half report they've lost one before using it.
But in general, I think that the bigger problem is that we're our own worst enemy, that we kind of set it and forget it, and an object in motion stays in motion, and we just don't end up taking advantage of these cards.
Bankrate estimates that unused gift cards could total $23 billion nationwide, and with inflation still elevated, 39% of U.S. adults say they're putting in more of an effort to use their gift cards since last year. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
Alrighty, let's get on over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at what we're expecting this Friday and this weekend, first weekend of August.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
We're seeing some showers that'll be kind of off and on throughout the day today, but then drier and warmer as we get into Saturday and Sunday. So we'll see more of the August temperatures as we take a look outside right now. You can see kind of that mist that's hanging around from our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam, and that's how it's going to be for the next few hours. So really not tracking rain, but just kind of that misty kind of feeling, and overall a lot of those clouds keeping around and hanging around from what we saw yesterday. We saw those clouds that were around actually kept our temperatures in check and actually only got to the lower 80s throughout yesterday afternoon. 67 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No real wind to speak of, but you can see that humidity at 90%. When the dew point temp and the air temp are close, that's typically when we have a lot of humidity out there. Net muggy meter right there in that humid category, about 64 degrees currently. We'll keep those dew points in the 60s and even 70s as we head into this upcoming weekend. But our HD radar is very quiet, not picking up any of this mist at this time. And as we pull out a little bit farther, we are seeing some showers down through Richmond and down through Virginia Beach as well. So if you are heading south this morning, you're going to run into some of those showers. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, we'll be in the mid to upper 60s here, and that sun comes up at 6:10. Probably won't see much of the sun today as we're going to stay mainly overcast. Our high temperatures, those temps have been kind of all over the place. So we are going to see some 70s and upper 70s in the eastern shore. Where we get some sun to break out later today, could see those temperatures climb into the lower 80s. For Westminster, Columbia, down through Baltimore City, about 83. And overall, up and down the 95 corridor, upper 70s and lower 80s. Notice it's a little bit warmer to the west of us for today, including western Maryland, while we're cooler as you are heading down the ocean. Now, speaking of your down the ocean cast, it could be a little bit showery here and possibly a couple of thunderstorms this afternoon and evening at the beach. But Saturday and Sunday looking great with upper 70s there at Ocean City and Rehoboth as well. So here's our future future scan, seeing our showers around off and on throughout the day. A round of showers coming in about 7, 8, and 9 o'clock tonight. And then that cold front's going to come through and push all of that moisture out of here. So we actually will have a little bit of a drier day, but we'll be warmer on Saturday and plenty of sunshine both Saturday and Sunday. Then we're tracking our next weather maker, and that's going to be another round of thunderstorms developing on Monday afternoon. After we heat up, we'll see those showers develop and even some of those thunderstorms that could be strong to severe on late Monday afternoon into the evening time. So here's that 7-day forecast for you. 83 today, lower 90s into Saturday and Sunday. And look at that string of lower 90s that will continue into next week. So Monday will be warm again with those thunderstorms late in the afternoon. And then we dry out, but we stay in the 90s for your highs through the middle of next week. Let's get an update on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. If your ride is on light rail link, we're dealing with single tracking out there between Lutherville and Mount Washington. As a result, you'll find delays here and there, maybe up to 15 minutes on that service, so allow time for travel on light rail link today. Metro subway link looking good from end to end, no delays or problems. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thanks, Mark. As the countdown to the start of the new school year is on, we want to remind you that Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. We're compiling all the things busy parents need to know to get ready for a great school year. Just click that QR code on your screen and check out all of the stories we've posted so far. 2 U.S. Navy sailors are facing charges for allegedly spying for China. What was said to have been passed along. Coming up.
I'm Janae Bowens in Washington. I'll tell you about the efforts underway across the country to ensure your vote counts in the upcoming presidential election.
A gorgeous shot of our charm city this morning. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, authorities find 2 migrants dead by the controversial floating barriers in Rio Grande. Now, according to the Mexican Foreign Ministry and the National Migration Institute, the mother of one of the victims says he was a 20-year-old Honduran national. Officials do not know the identity of the second victim, but the U.S. Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against the state of Texas last week over the border buoys. Now, Texas DPS claims it has personnel posted at the marine barrier in case any migrants try to cross. Now, 2 U.S. Navy sailors are now arrested and charged for allegedly spying on China, for China. According to the federal prosecutors, the 2 suspects, ages 22 and 26, are accused of passing along national defense information to Chinese intelligence in exchange for money. They say they disclosed details on wartime exercises, naval operations, and critical technical material. At a news conference detailing the charges, the Justice Department vowed to counter any threat from China.
Make no mistake, as a department, we will continue to use every tool in our arsenal to counter the threat and to deter China and those who aid them in violating the rule of law and threaten our national security.
Both men pleaded not guilty. They are being held in custody, though, until detention hearings happen later this month. Considerations are underway to put armed troops around the Persian Gulf. Officials say the proposal is one of several aimed to stop Iran from seizing civilian oil tankers at the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it's an issue that's been going on since 2019, with the latest incident happening just last month. That's when Iranian forces tried to take control of 2 civilian tankers, firing on them. While the plan has not been authorized, thousands of Marines and sailors are currently making their way to the region. Beyond the podium this morning, election security is taking center stage. Now, it comes on the heels of former President Donald Trump pleading not guilty to multiple counts of conspiracy and obstruction. Taking you live to Washington, D.C., where the former president is facing allegations he plotted to overturn the 2020 election. It comes to making your vote count this next election. National Desk Janae Bowens has a look at the potential issues and what's being done across the country to prevent any uncertainty.
So Trump can't sneak or steal his way to victory.
That was a rigged election.
Accusations of electoral fraud from both sides. But Kim Wyman, former Washington Secretary of State and senior fellow at the Bipartisan Policy Center, says election security isn't a partisan issue.
Election officials spend a lot of time making sure that there are physical security controls and cybersecurity controls in every element of what they do.
Election officials are enhancing safety measures.
If they have an interaction with a voter who is upset or angry, that they feel prepared.
Our station in Washington State got a firsthand look at how a county there is beefing up security and training election workers amid a growing nationwide harassment problem. The state also allocating more than $3 million to improve election location security and do things like purchase or upgrade their security software and hardware. In an Arizona county, leaders wanted to start hand counting ballots, but switched course because of the cost, time, and inaccuracies. Officials across the country also continuing to work against artificial intelligence concerns.
AI is going to make it easier for them to send emails that might look very legitimate coming from a local election office that might try to confuse voters on when they're able to go and vote. AI could also be used to do a host of things like deepfake videos.
Wyman says it will be crucial to teach people to be aware of new technologies. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency announced just last week new regional election security advisors. And earlier this year, the Department of Homeland Security announced $2 billion in preparedness grants for things like election security. But there are calls for the government to do more. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Janae Bowens.
A text exchange uncovered between top city officials. Just ahead, what it's revealing about the dynamic between city leaders in our city.
And former President Donald Trump pleads not guilty to 4 federal charges in his efforts to interfere with the 2020 election. What's next in his indictment process? Just ahead.
Our temperatures not too bad right now. We're tracking the potential for some showers as we head into the afternoon. We'll break it down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up on 5 o'clock on this Friday morning, August 4th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, guys. It is Friday, the first weekend of the new month of August, and we're actually going to be drier as we head into Saturday and Sunday. A lot more sunshine, but for this morning, we're starting off with some cloud cover and some misty conditions out there. So it's not raining per se, but you can actually see from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam some of those low clouds that are hanging around. And statewide, our numbers not too bad. Lower 60s in Oakland, 68 in Cumberland, mid 60s in Westminster. You can see those mid to upper 60s for Bel Air and Baltimore, down through Annapolis, and Chestertown checking in at 69. So we'll keep those numbers in the mid to upper 60s over the next few hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go, but probably using the wipers for that mist that will be out there on your drive. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking early on the drive, Tom?
Not bad at all, Justin. Actually, taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, some of the cameras around the region, and no issues, knock on wood, to report on this Friday morning.
This morning, in a city in crisis, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott is under fire.
Yeah, he's facing 3 controversies involving members of his administration. There are questions surrounding the mayor's nomination to lead the fire department as concerns surface over really past criminal charges.
And we still do not have answers more than a month after the Brooklyn Day shooting as the mayor and police leaders address the investigation. Plus, a text exchange first reported in the Baltimore Banner between 2 now former city officials hints at a plan to get rid of the deputy mayor for public safety.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the concerns about those text messages. Shannon?
Well, those text messages, Tom and Megan, show clear division and infighting amongst some of our city's top leaders. In fact, in those text messages, they are calling for the firing of a top public safety official. And those text messages were first reported, as you mentioned, by the Baltimore Banner, and they were the ones that obtained these texts. Now, that exchange went down between Shante Jackson and former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison. And you'll remember Jackson was the outgoing director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, otherwise known as MONSE. And take a look right here. Jackson fired off a series of texts to Harrison, while Harrison was, as he texted Jackson that night, front and center of what was a contentious city council budget hearing on June 6th. Time to get rid of Barksdale. That's what Jackson wrote. Then went on to text, we can take him out and figure out the rest. Harrison did not respond to her subsequent messages that night. Now, those texts were referring to Anthony Barksdale, and that's the city's deputy mayor for public safety who oversees police, MONSE, the fire department, and the Office of Emergency Management. Before joining the mayor's staff in July last year, Barksdale was a tough critic of BPD's public safety strategies. But at his appointment announcement, though, you'll remember, guys, that he did make an apology to former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, and they did actually shake hands at that point.
Yeah, Shannon, what's the mayor saying about these text messages?
Well, he's not directly addressing these text messages, Tom, but he is standing behind Barksdale and his ability to lead the city. Take a listen to what he said when we pressed him.
Deputy Mayor Barksdale's record speaks for themselves as a deputy mayor, but also as a public official and a former leader of the Baltimore Police Department. That's it.
Now, the mayor did go on to say that he would rather focus on the 25% reduction in homicides and the overall reduction in violent crime that is being reported this year. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. And that brings us to our question of the day. Is government infighting putting your public safety at risk? So far, 88% of people who voted say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in. Fox 45 News continues to demand answers about the response to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting more than a month after 2 people were killed and 28 others hurt at the annual block party.
No arrests have been made in connection to the shooting itself, and Baltimore police admit they overlooked several key indicators of a developing threat on the night of the shooting. Fox 45 News pressing the mayor and acting police commissioner about the shooting this week.
About Brooklyn. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You cannot.
You don't want to answer?
I'm a Baltimorean, and I'm not going to talk about how close we are and who we're coming after.
A 17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with the incident, but has not been charged with the shooting itself.
Neither police nor the Baltimore Housing Authority say they knew about the block party ahead of time. Fox 45 News found video of past Brooklyn Day parties revealing that it happens around the same time every year and has a history of attendees with guns and drugs at the event later in the night. We also know Safe Streets workers were at the event hours before the shooting and conducted a series of mediations, but then left. Monzi still hasn't answered any of our questions about Safe Streets' response and what those mediations entailed. The city council will hold another hearing on the shooting next month.
This is a very sad day for America. This is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America.
This morning, former President Donald Trump trying to rally his supporters after pleading not guilty to charges for trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
America now faces the prospect of an ex-president repeatedly going on trial in an election year. Taylor Stewart in our live center to break this down for us. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. The question now is, after yesterday's arraignment, what's next on the trial's timeline? Depending on who you ask, it may not happen for a few months, several years. Well, this is video of the former president disembarking from the plane at Reagan National Airport before making his way to the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. to enter those 4 not guilty pleas. Now, we do know the next hearing is set for August 28th, and that's when the judge intends to set a trial date. He was granted a release on several conditions, including not discussing facts of the case with any witnesses other than through lawyers. The indictment charges former president with conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against the right to vote. Now, among several GOP leaders reacting to this indictment, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy.
And you know, in America, you are entitled to raise a question. You're entitled to question whether it was honest or not. That's the uniqueness of the First Amendment. That's the uniqueness of America. But you know what? You shouldn't be prosecuted for your thoughts. And the difference here is, when Hillary Clinton said it, nothing happened to her. When they said it in Georgia's election, nothing happened to them either. You know what? When the DNC said it, nothing happened to them either. So stop using government to go after people who politically disagree with you. That is wrong, and that should stop now.
Obviously fired up there, along with protesters who rallied outside the courthouse during those proceedings. A new Ipsos poll, though, conducted on Wednesday and Thursday, found that 45% of Republicans nationwide said if Trump was convicted of a felony by a jury, they wouldn't vote for him. We'll continue to follow this. That's the latest here at the Live Center.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you think Donald Trump is guilty of conspiring to block certification of the 2020 election? So far, 72% of those who have responded say no. You can vote right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote and clicking on the polls tab.
Concerns lead to an investigation into the chief Baltimore Fire Department nominee. How charges back in 1992 are raising more questions than answers.
You have yet another chance to become the next instant millionaire or maybe billionaire. Just ahead this morning, how much you can go home with if you pick the winning numbers.
Isn't that what Bruno Mars said? Right? He wants to be a billionaire so bad. So, yeah, guess you can do that with your Mega Millions. Looking outside, got some mist this morning. We'll talk about what we can expect for the weekend ahead. Hey, that's exciting. We're on Fox 45 today, y'all. Just about 5:11 on your Friday morning. As we look outside right now, we are seeing some of the low clouds kind of hanging around, and our temperatures are not too bad. In fact, you can see those numbers here, mid-60s in Cockeysville and Towson, 68 in Woodlawn. Elkridge, you're at 66, and you're also in the mid-60s there for Brooklyn Park. So your morning drive looking like this, mid to upper 60s over the next couple of hours. A lot of cloud cover hanging around and probably some misty conditions on your windshield. But we will talk about a little bit better chance for some actual rain rolling in coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. The Church of Scientology is being handed a lawsuit. The claims being made and how a documentary criticizing the church plays a part.
Online giant Amazon taking on a new delivery method to become how a traditional approach is now modernized. 5:11 is the time as you're looking over at the misty Inner Harbor on this Friday morning, and you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Trending now, we are taking a look at the stories that are trending across the U.S. this morning.
Starting with the lawsuits developing now. Actress Leah Remini files a lawsuit against the Church of Scientology and its leader. Remini claims years of harassment, intimidation, defamation from the church and its current leader, David Miscavige. Now, Remini is a former Scientologist who made a documentary criticizing the church calling the suit ludicrous and the allegations pure lunacy. In 2016, they accused the actress of promoting hatred and religious intolerance by speaking out against Scientology.
Well, pop star Lizzo has responded after three of her former dancers filed a lawsuit against her, and they're alleging weight shaming, sexual harassment, and creating a hostile work environment. The singer says she is hurt by this lawsuit, claiming the stories are coming from former dancers who have publicly admitted to acting unprofessional on her tour. An attorney for the dancers says that Lizzo's statement has added to his client's distress.
Turning now to Amazon as they take on a new unique delivery method in Arizona. Online retailer is using mules to help deliver packages to the bottom of the Grand Canyon for the Phantom Ranch employees who live and work there. Ranch area is miles deep into the canyon and is only accessible by a walking path you see right there or the Colorado River. Amazon says the packages will go out 4 days a week before sunrise to avoid the heat. Mules have long been used to provide rides in and out of the canyon, as well as to deliver supplies for those in Phantom Ranch.
And rounding out your trending news here, Mega Millions fever striking again. Americans are heading to their closest lotto dealer as today's jackpot climbs to, you ready for this? $1.25 billion. The game hasn't had a jackpot winner since mid-April, but that is not stopping people from trying to get that big prize.
You have to give your 10% to the man upstairs, and from there I will help people.
I'm retired, so it will go a long way to supplementing my retirement income.
Oh, the dreams. If anyone wins the jackpot today, the lump sum is estimated to be just over $625 million.
Yes. We can
Must
dream.
be nice. Is it 1 in 302 million now? Didn't they up
Something
it?
like that, yeah.
It used to be 300 and now it's 302.
1 in 292 million, yeah.
292 now?
Struck by lightning like 4 times.
Oh,
Something like
I'm gonna have to look. I thought they upped it.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't play because I'm not going to win. I mean, you can win if you play, but you have to play to win. So.
Right.
That's true.
Or
oh, you're right.
Waste $1.
It's 1 in 292.
Whoa, it's a couple dollars now.
Oh, that's right. True statement. Can't do just $1. So, oh well. All right, our Towson camera, good morning to you. Our cloud cover out there right now, we do have some misty conditions at this time from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. So those low clouds kind of hanging around, and our temperature at 67 in Towson, dew point at 65 degrees. So when the dew point and the air temperature are close, that's typically when we have humid conditions, and that's exactly what's going on with our dew points today, kind of sliding into those 60s and even some lower 70s. So definitely an indication of more moisture in the atmosphere. Saturday and Sunday we will be a little bit drier, but then more of that moisture returns on Monday, and that's going to be our next weather maker rolling in. So our HD radar, very quiet right now, not picking up any of that mist. The rain is well to the south of us, down through Richmond and over toward Virginia Beach as well. You can see over the next 12 hours, Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing about. We'll see 60s and low to mid 70s here through the course of the morning, on the way to the lower 80s for this afternoon. Those numbers still about 4 or 5 degrees below average for this time of year. Across Carroll and Baltimore counties, you're going to see those 80s here for Cockeysville and Perry Hall out through White Marsh, Dundalk at 83, 81 in Eldersburg this afternoon. Numbers for you in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those lower 80s. Ellicott City and Elkridge down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, Annapolis right about 80 today. Now notice in the next 6 to 10 days, this is the temperature outlook, and we've got a pretty good chance of seeing above average temperatures. That's what that orange swath is right there through most of the mid-Atlantic. So we are getting into August, and we're going to see those above average temperatures coming through the middle of the month. Here's a look at our future scan. So overall, it doesn't look like a lot of rain. We're going to keep the clouds around this morning. We actually may get some breaks in the cloud cover through the afternoon, which will help to warm us up. And then as a cold front moves in from the north on later this evening, you could see a few showers develop along the outer edge of that front. That means about 7, 8, 9 o'clock could see some of those showers roll through. But Saturday looks pretty good. Lots of sunshine. Same thing for you on Sunday. And we'll have that drier air in place before we track the next weather maker early next week. 31 days until Labor Day. We're just 37 days until the Ravens home opener. It's crazy watching football last night with that Hall of Fame game in Akron, Ohio. It's always that first week of August when they do that. So it's like, hey, football's here. Got training camp, got the O's looking great, another win, and they're back at it tonight at Camden Yards. We'll be talking about that O's cast in the next weather hit coming up about a half hour from right now. 83 today, lower 90s on Saturday and Sunday, and keeping those 90s going all the way through next week.
All right, Justin, I have a clarification, and we're both kind of right. The odds of winning the Powerball, 1 in 292 million. Mega Millions, 1 in 302 million. Woo! We got a difference there. Very interesting. All right, out on the roads, I think we're all winners here this morning. We've got light traffic, very little volume, no major issues to report. Looking good as our live camera show us here this morning. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA. How's it going, Mark? Are you going to play the lottery?
I probably will be getting a ticket or two. Yes, indeedy. How about you?
I think I'm going to go for it. 1 in 302 million. I mean, there's a chance.
Yeah, a chance, a small chance, but it's worth trying, right? Exactly. Well, good luck. Out there right now, Megan, you'll find on the MARC train system a couple delays. Penn Train 505 and Camden 841, both operating with a 5-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Out there on the light rail link system, you'll find single tracking between Naperville and Mount Washington, and as a result, you'll take delays here and there of up to 15 minutes or so. So certainly allow time for travel on light rail link this morning. Out there on Metro Subway Link, nothing in your way. On-time service between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Coming up on Fox 45 News this morning, the battle continues between some Baltimore residents and BGE. The new bill rising from one councilman over external gas regulators.
Questions are swirling over the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department after charges from his past are uncovered. Just ahead, what we're learning about an incident involving the interim fire chief and explosives. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Developing this morning, new details in the battle between some Baltimore residents and BGE over the external gas regulators.
After last month's hearing with BGE, Councilman Eric Costello says that he is introducing a bill that would ban the installation of all external regulators in the city. Hundreds of city residents have signed on to a lawsuit against the company to stop the project, citing safety and transparency concerns. BGE responding in a statement doubling down on its claim that external gas regulators are safe, and the company is talking with customers who are worried about the project.
This issue has been bubbling up for some time, and I think that we have heard elected officials talk about the issue and take performative actions to address the issue, which doesn't really address the issue. And that's part of the reason why we took our time here to make sure that we got it right.
As they said, it's been bubbling up. It took 3 women being arrested to cause a lot of media attention, and let's be real, the media attention probably was the pivotal point here.
Now, the bill will not affect any regulators that have already been installed outside the residence. Attorney Dhruv Vignarajah, who represents some of those suing BGE, says the suit has drawn attention to BGE's actions.
He's been perpetrating these kinds of injustices for years in neighborhoods all across Baltimore. This was one illustration that we were able to bring to the public's attention through repeated efforts, through repeated stories about the inequity, about the environmental concerns, about the cost concerns, about the safety concerns.
BGE responding in a statement, doubling down on its claim that external gas regulators are safe, and the company is talking with customers who are worried about the project.
As the countdown to the start of the new school year is on, we want to remind you, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and we are compiling all of the busy things parents and guardians need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code you see right there on your screen. Check out all of our stories that we posted so far.
And stay tuned this morning in our 7 o'clock hour. We will continue our back-to-school coverage. At 7:45, we're going to bring you the risks of vaping in teens and other health concerns that parents might not be aware of.
Today, you may catch some on and off showers throughout the day, but what about into the weekend?
Our Weather Authority team of meteorologists is tracking how your weekend, your first weekend of August, is holding up and when there could be storms.
Charges made in 1992 causes an investigation into Baltimore Fire Department's chief nominee. Why is raising concerns as he awaits the city council's approval process. 5:27, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Friday, August 4th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, heading into the weekend where we have rain, sun, maybe some wind.
Maybe all of it.
Maybe.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the answers.
Starting off with some foggy conditions here this morning, and we'll see some off and on showers as we head through the day today. Looking outside right now, this is from our Towson area right there on 695. You can actually see some of that mist, but it's not showing up on your radar, but it will definitely show up on your windshield as you are making your way out to work this morning. Looking at temperatures in the mid to upper 60s overall, not too bad. Westminster, Cockeysville, all in those mid 60s. Upper 60s in Bel Air. We're at 69 for you in Annapolis this morning. Our morning drive, as I said, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Just watch for some of that mist and some of the reduced visibilities. Numbers staying in the 60s for the next couple of hours. And we'll have your forecast here coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. 5:31 in this morning, a city in crisis. An investigation continues after a man was found right near the Sunoco by Cannon Yards with a gunshot wound to his head. It happened around 2 yesterday afternoon. Police say they found the man after taking a call about a car crash. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead. Anyone with information on the incident is asked to call Baltimore police. The shooting marks the 161st homicide this year in Baltimore. When it comes to non-fatal shootings in the city, it's nearing 400.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis this morning, the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department is under the microscope following details about his past now coming to light. Fox 45 News has learned that James Wallace faced charges decades ago for an incident involving explosives. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with those details and how the mayor is responding. Shannon.
Well, the mayor, Megan, is standing by his nomination of James Wallace for the city's next fire chief, saying that he is confident in his ability to lead this department. He's also clarifying that those explosives were fireworks. Meanwhile, we are also now hearing from a former member of the state fire marshal's office who says he responded to this particular call back in 1992. Here's what he recalls about it.
And assisted in searching 2 apartments and located what was called M80 fireworks, which are basically a large firecracker. They are dangerous and unsafe and illegal then and now. They were only about no more than 2.5 inches long. They were a red cardboard tube with cannon fuse sticking out of them.
John Brazil also sharing these old pictures with his bomb-sniffing dog. He says officials were originally called to an apartment complex in Bel Air after reports of someone setting off fireworks, and that's when he came into contact with Wallace and another young man and found those firecrackers. Wallace was charged with having possession of pipe bombs because of the large amount of powder in those firecrackers. He was also charged with possession of explosives without a license. Records show Wallace was a paramedic at the time and temporarily suspended from the city. The charges are now wiped from his record. In a statement, Wallace says this in part, quote, "Back in my youth, I made a mistake for which I was appropriately reprimanded. I also made a vow to protect my family. Thankfully, we were able to move forward together, and I am thankful that my situation was considered worthy of a full expungement." Now, the local fire union and the mayor are also standing behind him. Whether or not Interim Chief Wallace will lead the department, though, remains still in question because he still has to be voted in by City Council. He awaits for their approval before he is officially voted in as the chief of the fire department here in the city. And we did reach out to council members to see how they are responding to this news. We are still waiting to hear back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Mayor Brandon Scott is also facing questions about another one of his recent appointments, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
When speaking at a recent city council hearing about the Brooklyn mass shooting, and Baltimore NAACP President Kobe Little says the city should have opened up a broader search before nominating Worley.
This incident, we told you guys this incident was going to happen when we had our last press conference. This is why you need community engagement on the front end before you bring in a police commissioner. So I hope that every member of this council is taking very seriously your responsibility to vet a police commissioner.
Worley also faces questions about his residency. City code requires the police commissioner to live within city limits, but Worley lives in Anne Arundel County. He says he plans to move to the city. The acting commissioner is holding a series of town halls to give residents a chance to voice their concerns about public safety next week.
5:35, and it happened again. For the second day in a row, Anne Arundel County Police say a group of teenagers stole a car in the Brooklyn Park area. Fox 45 News obtaining this surveillance video of the theft. It's similar to video that we saw Wednesday, showing what seems to be a group of teenage girls running away after police said they tried to steal a vehicle yesterday. 15 teenagers have been accused of similar crimes in the same area over the past 2 days. Some of them couldn't be charged because of their age.
Many young people can't be charged because of Maryland's juvenile justice laws. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. If a child commits a misdemeanor, the maximum sentence is 6 months probation. If a child commits a felony, the maximum penalty is 1 year probation. Some criticize the Child Interrogation Protection Act, and this actually stops law enforcement from speaking with any child until they have spoken with an attorney. Police and prosecutors across the state say that their hands are tied when it comes to going after young offenders.
I think without question, over the last several years, the General Assembly has changed a number of the laws that deal with juvenile crime, and I think that's certainly led to some problems.
They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed or the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
2 Maryland legislative committees plan to meet in September to look into how juvenile justice laws are impacting youth crime.
A text exchange first reported in the Baltimore Banner sparking concern. Coming up in our next hour, how it hints at a plan to get rid of the deputy mayor of public safety.
And gas prices are surging. We'll tell you why just ahead here at the Live Center.
And today we're going to be mostly cloudy with off and on showers still to come. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking if we're going to see storms. 5:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. Gas prices continue to soar this morning.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our Live Center now with why we're seeing the increase. Taylor.
I mean, look at this, you guys. National gas average, $3.83. In Maryland, $3.80. But look at this, just a month ago, $3.50. If you need help this morning, keep this in mind because prices are surging. But location is everything. On one end, you've got drivers in California back to paying more than $5 a gallon on average. That's easily the highest in the nation. On the lower end, though, Mississippi this morning, where the average there, $3.32. Those higher gas prices tend to mean higher shipping costs, which can lead to higher prices for you and almost everything. So here are the two things that are driving prices up. First, you've got extreme heat. It's forcing some refineries to reduce the output for safety concerns. But mainly, oil has rallied to a 3-month high. OPEC has cut down production, and today a panel of OPEC members are going to meet, led by a Russian authority. They're going to talk today about tweaking the oil price, but those close to these talks say they do not anticipate gas prices will come down as a result. There's also a wild card here. We're also approaching the peak of the hurricane season. A destructive storm along the Gulf Coast could also force prices even higher. We'll keep an eye on the prices here from the Live Center. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Nike teams up with U.S. men's and women's gymnastics. After the break, more on the sponsorship that will last through the 2028 Olympic Games.
And the O's are waking up on top this morning. How Jack Flaherty's first game as an Oriole played out. I think you're going to like this. It's 5:41 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.544 and topping your sports unlimited news this Friday morning. Simone Biles is making her comeback, taking on the U.S. Classic in Chicago this weekend.
It is the first gymnastics competition since the 2020 Olympics in Tokyo, when she pulled out of several events due to a mental block. In a post on Instagram, the 7-time Olympic medalist says she is twisting again and all is good. The 26-year-old is scheduled to do all 4 events, including uneven bars, and that's happening tomorrow. Well, for the U.S. men's and women's gymnastics teams, Nike will serve as the official apparel partner for the first time.
The sponsorship deal kicks off this year and runs through the 2028 Olympic Games. While the exact price was not made public, USA Gymnastics says it's the largest in both annual and total revenue in value in the organization's history. This comes roughly 6 years after several major brands broke ties with USA Gymnastics over its handling of the Larry Nassar sex abuse scandal.
Turning now to the Orioles as they keep their winning record alive. Yesterday, the O's took on the Toronto Blue Jays to wrap up its series. Jack Flaherty making his Orioles debut yesterday, starting against the Jays. He pitched 6 innings with 8 strikeouts. Baltimore won 6-1 last night and also won 3 of 4 games within this series. Today, the O's are playing at home, back home in Baltimore against the Mets. First pitch, 7:05.
And as the Orioles are hitting it out of the park, the Ravens continue gearing up for their upcoming season. We're counting down to the first preseason game, which is next Saturday, following an intense 8 days of Ravens training camp. After the Ravens take on the Eagles the 12th at M&T Bank, they will take on the Commanders in Washington the 21st, and then close out the preseason games. They'll be traveling to Tampa to take on the Buccaneers August 26th.
All right, 5:46 now, and we're starting with a misty Friday.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us here. He's saying it's you can't see it on the radar, but you can see it on the windshield.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too. I still haven't got the call up to throw out the first pitch for the O's. So
it's coming. Yeah, I think that they just want to make sure it's a playoff game, and so they don't want to jinx anything. You know, wait to the bigs.
Speaking of playoffs, they're celebrating the 83 O's all weekend. Yeah. Of course, World Series champions are going to have a bunch
the Pirates,
of
right?
players. Phillies. They beat the Phillies.
Really?
Yeah.
That was 81 that they beat the Pirates.
Yeah, and looking out this weekend, they're going to have a bunch of players out there. They're going to have autographs. They're going to have the Eddie Murray bobblehead. Friday night fireworks tonight after the Mets game. So, yes, O's magic is alive and well. 2 games up in the AL East because the Rays didn't play last night. So, I love first place. It feels good. And the Ravens, of course, we just talked about them. M&T Bank Stadium will be all lit up and ready to go for those Ravens coming up very soon. 67 your temp right now in Baltimore, and 65 is your dew point. So notice we do have the misty conditions out there, and the dew points are going to climb a little bit today. So that muggy meter goes up on your dew point scale, even getting between that sticky and gross category. You'll definitely feel that. Now, yesterday we had a lot of cloud cover around. That humidity rolled in and actually kept our temperatures down a bit. Our HD radar is all quiet right now. And then you go south and you can see in Richmond, Petersburg, down into Virginia Beach, that's where we're seeing most of the rain at this time. So what we're getting is just a little influence of that with some of the misty conditions and those low clouds as well. Overall, as you rise and shine next couple of hours, mid to upper 60s, that sun up at 6:10. Won't see much of the sun today, but there are going to be areas, especially west of 95, that will see that sun break out this afternoon. That will allow the temperatures to warm up a bit. So notice the temperature trend here, a little cooler on the eastern shore, while it'll be warmer on the other side of 95 and out toward Westminster and Cockeysville. If you're heading down the ocean today, probably some showers to deal with, maybe even a thunderstorm late into the afternoon, but Saturday and Sunday beach weather looking great. And speaking of your O's cast, see, I can do that. I don't know if they'll just, translate that. I mean, remember Mike Elias was like, I don't want you to embarrass yourself out there in that first pitch. So anyway, 7:05 is that first pitch tonight for the O's taking on the Mets, and it should be in the upper 70s. And hopefully we're not going to see any of those showers. There's some of the models want to bring a shower or two coming in about 8, 9 o'clock. You can actually see that here on our future scan. This is when we stop the clock, 9 p.m. So that's when some of those showers are expected to roll through from this weather model. But other models are saying that's not going to be the case. So just kind of hit and miss. Just be prepared. Have that poncho ready just in case. If they have a delay, hopefully they'll get those games in. Going to be there tonight. Very excited about that. All right, tomorrow we are seeing more sunshine and more of that dry weather as we head into the weekend. And temperatures, they're going to go back up. In fact, starting tomorrow and all the way through next week, we'll have a nice string of upper 80s and lower 90s for your afternoon highs. And our next weather maker after today is going to be Monday, when showers and storms will develop. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And looking at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region, no issues to report. There is one, though. 95 southbound, right before you get to 43 or White Marsh Boulevard. 2 vehicles involved. It's blocking the 2 right lanes and the right shoulder. 2 center lanes are getting by. So it is causing some delays. Just no cameras showing any of the incident there. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit on this Friday morning. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good Friday morning, Mark.
Well, good Friday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 511 operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay. Camden train 843 running 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, single tracking between Lutherville and Mount Washington. As a result, you'll take delays here and there today, maybe up to 15 to 20 minutes on that service. So allow time for travel on Light Rail Link if that's your ride. Metro Subway Link on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Now to a bright spot for you this morning. The Baltimore Waterfront Partnership is launching a new effort to encourage people to get active in the Inner Harbor. The Baltimore Blueway will be a network of 8 different water trails running through the Inner Harbor and beyond to encourage more people to get out on the water. Waterfront Partnership leaders say there are already some routes that are available in the harbor right now for kayakers who can't wait for the full Blueway to be completed. In the U.S., a Republican senator is working to give Americans a voice when it comes to censorship. After the break, how it all stems from a ban on members of the Biden administration.
Former President Donald Trump pleads not guilty to 4 federal charges regarding his efforts to interfere with the 2020 election. What's next in his indictment process? 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Making headlines this morning, former President Donald Trump is not shying away from talking about his indictments on the campaign trail, with the first 2 fueling campaign contributions from his supporters. But things could get more complicated for the Trump campaign as the cases pile up. Sinclair National correspondent Atra El-Nashar reports from Washington.
To understand how former President Trump's legal troubles and presidential campaign are colliding, look no further than his merch store. Not guilty mugs and shirts marketed to his supporters who don't appear to be breaking from Trump despite a long list of criminal accusations against him. A recent New York Times Siena poll, which was taken just a few days before news of Trump's third indictment, shows Trump in a dead heat with President Biden when respondents were asked who, between the two, they'd vote for if the election was today.
They trying to find something. All them indictments ain't even worth it.
Whether there's truth to it or not, that's for the courts to decide.
As Trump is accused of more crimes with a potential fourth indictment coming from the state of Georgia, court proceedings could throw a wrench in his campaigning schedule. Here's what it looks like so far. Next Tuesday, Trump's got a campaign event in New Hampshire. The first GOP debate, which he hasn't yet committed to, is August 23rd in Milwaukee. On October 2nd, the trial begins for New York Attorney General Letitia James's civil fraud lawsuit against the Trump Organization. January 15th marks the start of a second defamation trial against Trump in which E. Jean Carroll seeks new damages. It's also the day of the Iowa caucus. 2 weeks later, the trial begins for a class action suit against Trump and his business for allegedly promoting a pyramid scheme. March 5th is Super Tuesday. March 25th begins the trial in the state of New York's criminal hush money case against Trump. On May 20th, the trial in the classified documents case is set to start. July 15th is the Republican National Convention, and November 5th is Election Day. Running for president already promises a grueling schedule. Trump's is sure to be even more packed and complicated as he juggles the campaign and the courtroom. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar reporting.
Federal authorities arrest 2 U.S. Navy sailors on charges related to allegedly spying for China. Now, according to federal prosecutors, the 2 suspects, ages 22 and 26, are accused of passing along national defense information to Chinese intelligence for money. They say the information disclosed included details on wartime exercises, naval operations, and critical technical material. Both men have pleaded not guilty and are being held in custody until their detention hearings later in August. Now, a Republican senator from Missouri is working to give Americans a voice when it comes to censorship.
Senator Eric Schmidt introducing the Censorship Accountability Act, which would take away government protections and give citizens the right to sue officials from their executive branch for violating their First Amendment rights. This comes in response to claims the Biden administration pressured social media companies into removing misinformation and controversial content from their platforms.
Agencies people have never heard of were involved in this, in addition to, the Department of Justice, the CDC, all these agencies and their power, again, silencing Americans and millions of posts. And that's just not acceptable in this country.
Well, last month, a judge issued a ban on members of the Biden administration communicating with social media companies about taking down posts. A federal appeals court is temporarily blocking the order while the case is being reviewed. The administration maintains it has promoted responsible actions to protect public health, safety, and security. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris is working to highlight the Biden administration's investments in high-speed internet infrastructure throughout the country.
Harris visiting Kenosha County, Wisconsin just yesterday following an announcement from Nokia that it will partner with Wisconsin manufacturer to build broadband electronics. Harris says it's all part of a larger strategy, Bidenomics.
Through Bidenomics, we are showing that when we invest in workers and families, when we create jobs and opportunity, when we roll up our sleeves and get to work, there is no limit to what we can achieve.
Well, Harris says the investment will expand the Kenosha County factory and create up to 200 new jobs. Nokia expects manufacturing to start in 2024.
This morning,
a surprising text exchange is uncovered between 2 top city officials just ahead how it's shedding light on a negative climate amongst our city's leaders.
Our temperatures, not too bad right now. Starting off with some low clouds and foggy conditions for your Friday. We'll talk about what we can expect for the weekend ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock this Friday morning, August 4th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we've got a little bit of a misty start to our weekend.
That's right. Will it continue? That's the big question. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the weekend forecast for us.
Yeah, and you're going to see some of that mist as you make your way outside here this morning. Our temperatures are not too bad either. In fact, kind of a cooler start. You can see from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, those low clouds hanging around in Towson. Nothing showing up on the radar, but you'll definitely get to use your windshield wipers in the cars here in the next couple of hours. Now, temperatures around the region, the mid to upper 60s for western Maryland across into Baltimore, all the way out toward the eastern shore and Salisbury. So mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures going to stay below average again today, but then warmer and drier as we head into the weekend. So as I mentioned in your morning drive, probably getting a little mist out there. And as that sun comes up in a little bit, even though we won't see it, it will be a little bit better in terms of visibility, with the upper 60s and lower 70s on the way through 9 a.m. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take you hour by hour and let you know exactly what you can expect for the upcoming weekend.
Well, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we're seeing the crash 95 southbound in Joppa, and it's just north of 43 and White Marsh Boulevard before you get to White Marsh Boulevard, and it's causing a few miles of backup there on the right lanes. Left lanes, as you see from these cameras, the closest cameras near it, vehicles getting by. This morning in a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott's administration once again under fire after a text exchange first reported in the Baltimore Banner between two now former city officials hints at a plan to get rid of the deputy mayor for public safety.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live with the concerns about those text messages. Shannon.
Well, those text messages, Megan and Tom, show clear division and infighting amongst some of our city's top leaders. In fact, they are calling for the firing of a top public safety official. And like you guys mentioned, this was all first reported in the Baltimore Banner. They are the ones that actually obtained these text messages. But this exchange went down between Shante Jackson and former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison. And you'll remember that Jackson was the outgoing director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, otherwise known as Monzi. And take a look right here. Jackson fired off a series of texts to Harrison while Harrison was, as he texted Jackson that night, front and center of what was a contentious city council budget hearing, which is on June 6th. Time to get rid of Barksdale. That's what Jackson wrote. Then went on to say, we can take him down and figure out the rest. Now, Harrison did not respond to her subsequent messages that night. Those texts, though, were referring to Anthony Barksdale, and that's the city's deputy mayor for public safety who oversees police, Monzi, the fire department, and the Office of Emergency Management. Now, before joining the mayor's staff in July last year, Barksdale was a tough critic of BPD's public safety strategies. So at that appointment announcement, you'll remember, guys, he actually apologized to former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison, and the two of them shook hands.
Shannon, what's
Well, Megan, he's not addressing those texts directly, but he is standing behind Barksdale and the work that he has done for the city. In fact, we pressed him about this. Take a listen to what the mayor had to say.
Deputy Mayor Barksdale's record speaks for himself as a deputy mayor, but also as a public official and a former leader of the Baltimore Police Department. That's it.
Now, the mayor did go on to say that he would rather, instead of these text messages, focus on the 25% reduction in homicides and the overall reduction in violent crime that's being reported this year. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. This brings us to our question of the day. Now, is government infighting putting your public safety at risk? So far, 89% of those who have responded say yes. And you can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 News continues to demand answers about the response to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting more than a month now after 2 people were killed, 28 others hurt at that annual block party.
No arrests have been made in connection to the shooting itself. Baltimore police admit they overlooked several key indicators of a developing threat on the night of that shooting. Fox 45 News pressed the mayor and acting police commissioner about the shooting this week.
About Brooklyn. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You cannot. You don't want to answer?
I'm a Baltimorean, and I'm not going to talk about how close we are and who we're coming after.
17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with the incident, but has not yet been charged with the shooting itself.
Neither police nor the Baltimore Housing Authority say they knew about the block party ahead of time. Fox 45 News found video of past Brooklyn Day parties revealing that it happens around the same time every year and has a history of attendees with guns and drugs at the event later in the night. We also know Safe Streets workers were at the event hours before the shooting and conducted a series of mediations, but then left. Monzi still hasn't answered any of our questions about Safe Streets' response and what those mediations entailed. The City Council will hold another hearing on the shooting next month. This morning, former President Donald Trump is trying to rally his supporters after pleading not guilty to charges for trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
America now faces the prospect of an ex-president repeatedly going on trial in an election year. Taylor Stewart is in our live center now to break it all down for us. Taylor?
That's right. The question now is, after yesterday's arraignment, what is next on the trial timeline? Depending on who you ask, the trial might not happen for a few months or several years. This is video of the former president disembarking from the plane at Reagan National Airport before making his way to the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. to enter 4 not guilty pleas. We do know the next hearing is set for August 28th at 10 a.m. That is when the judge is set to declare a trial date. At a minimum, though, it could take prosecutors months, if not a year, to prepare for that trial. He was granted release on several conditions here. That includes not discussing the facts with any witnesses other than through a lawyer. And the indictment, though, charges Trump with conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct official proceedings, obstruction and conspiracy against the right to vote.
And you know, in America, you are entitled to raise a question. You're entitled to question whether it was honest or not. That's the uniqueness of the First Amendment. That's the uniqueness of America. But you know what? You shouldn't be prosecuted for your thoughts. And the difference here is, when Hillary Clinton said it, nothing happened to her. When they said it in Georgia's election, nothing happened to them either. You know what? When the DNC said it, nothing happened to them either. So stop using government to go after people who politically disagree with you. That is wrong, and that should stop now.
Protesters rallied outside of that courthouse during those proceedings. A new poll conducted Wednesday and Thursday shows 45% of Republicans across the country would not vote for Trump if he's convicted with a felony crime. We'll continue to follow this here from the Live Center. Back to you.
Taylor, thank you. We want to know what you think. Do you think Donald Trump is guilty of conspiring to block certification of the 2020 election? So far, 73% of those who have responded say no. You can vote right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab. With ongoing staffing shortages in top city positions, the mayor is standing behind James Wallace as his nomination for fire chief, even as questions arise about details in Wallace's past. We're going to hear from a former fire marshal who investigated Wallace 30 years ago.
The city isn't the only one facing staffing shortages. School districts across the country are working to address teacher shortages, even with the first day just a few weeks away. We'll have an inside look at how it could affect students' performance.
And we're starting off with a foggy Friday. We'll talk about those temperatures for the weekend and if they're going to go up and if we see more sunshine. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Yours forever. Nobody gave me nobody told me we were coming up. I was singing REO Speedwagon. We like the singing. You like the singing? Maybe I should. You know what? Maybe I could sing the national anthem at the O's game instead of throwing out the first pitch.
You know, let's not get.
Did you see DeMarcus Ware last night? All right, our Towson Cam, good morning to you. Here's what it looks like on the roads at 695 and all around the region. Yeah, you're definitely going to have the mist on your windshield, and you're going to get a little wet, especially if you got the car cleaned up yesterday. You're going to be like, really? But I did tell you that it was going to be raining. So bring the umbrella, just kind of have it handy for the next couple of hours. And yeah, you're going to get a little wet out for a run or a jog with that mist that's hanging around. There's not a lot of rain that we're tracking today, but there's going to be at least some that could get in your way. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
6:11 is the time. A lack of compensation, resources, and interest in the profession are just a few reasons behind the ongoing nationwide teacher shortage.
But with a new school year just a few weeks away, educators say vacant positions could further jeopardize students who are already struggling to catch up on learning gaps ushered in during the pandemic.
Staffing gaps vary from state to state, particularly affecting districts in the South and rural areas. With special education and math positions still seeing greater vacancies, nationwide math and reading scores are still severely down from pre-pandemic numbers. And experts say it's critical now more than ever that shortages are properly addressed.
Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now through the first day of school, we are compiling all of the things that busy families need to know to prepare for a great school year ahead. Just click on the QR code there on your screen to check out all of the stories that we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
If you're planning on driving your kids to school this year, you may want to schedule a few extra safety checks, especially if you drive a Hyundai or Kia. Coming up next, we'll let you know why the manufacturer is recalling thousands of vehicles and if yours could be affected.
And former President Trump's attorney is saying his third indictment is not a coincidence, calling it a deflection by the Democrats. We're going to sit down with political commentator Armstrong Williams to talk about the new charges that Trump is facing. It is 6:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The fact that I am standing here for the third time in 5 months is not a coincidence. This is the Biden political lawfare that we have seen time and time again. It is a deflection from everything that they have done.
Former President Donald Trump pleading not guilty in federal court to all 4 federal charges stemming from special counsel Jack Smith's investigation into 2020 election interference and the Capitol riot on January 6th. A trial date now set for August 28th, just a few weeks away. This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams is joining us live to weigh in on what happens. Now, Armstrong, I think the big question is, what's the end game here? What happens from here?
You know, let's put everything in perspective here. Why did Fox Cable settle its defamation lawsuit? Because they knew what they were promoting about the election being stolen was a lie. It was not true. You listen to the former Vice President of the United States when he said to the former president, "I obey the Constitution. That's my guide." And then the former president says to him, "You're too honest." And then Bill Barr says, after his investigation, there was nothing to indicate that the election was rigged or stolen. Donald Trump, what is important here, Megan, is that Donald Trump knowingly knew he had lost the election.
Right.
But in spite of knowing that he lost the election, he was going to push a narrative that was a lie, that the elections were stolen, to overturn the Constitution and the will of the people.
I want to ask you this because we've heard all morning long, we've been playing the soundbite from Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy saying that how is this different than what Hillary Clinton said after the election and many others before that? How is this different?
Megan, when Al Gore election was decided by the Supreme Court, he conceded. He embraced Bush and said, "You are the president of the United States." He did not say the election was stolen. This is different. Listen, Biden and Hunter and the Democrats will get their day in court. But in terms of what's being said, and also, Megan, keep in mind, it has not been one Democrat and the people that they've investigated, that they've interrogated, that are on the records making these allegations against the former president. These are his lawyers, people who work for him, his former press secretary. And you know, as a journalist, as broadcasters, we must always be honest and fair across the board. Donald Trump, based on people who knew him the best, perpetrated a lie. He knew the elections he lost, and he didn't care.
With that said, does it matter? Do the people care, and does the criminal justice system even matter? Can he still run for president in 2024 no matter what happens here?
Yes, but bear in mind, politics is a game of additions, not subtractions. Donald Trump cannot win this election again with the same voters of his most recent election. The moderates, not the people I'm talking about on the far right or the far left, they don't decide the election. People are really concerned that a former president is having all these indictments, is wearing on people. No matter what the narratives are, there are people who are privately whispering, when is enough enough? Do you want damaged goods? And this is what the Trump is, returning to the White House. And you know what? That is the freedom of the American people to decide. They must make that decision. But I think you quietly, if you find the right candidate, whether it's Tim Scott, whether it's Ron DeSantis, whether it's Mike Pence, if they can find an alternative to get the nomination, any of these people can beat Biden by a landslide. And I think they would make a decision. We've had enough of this. Let's move on. We don't want him to go to jail. We don't want to see him in an orange suit. But I think people are beginning to believe they're just over fatigued with Trump and these indictments. Listen, and remember,
I mean, polls still showing him leading, so we're going to see how this pans out.
Yes, but Georgia is still coming. The indictments are not over. How much can the American people take is the question.
All right, we'll have to wrap it there, Armstrong. We could keep going, but thank you for your time today.
Something that everybody can agree on, no matter what, chocolate chip cookies are good.
It's my favorite food of all.
I mean, and maybe there's some people who are like, I don't like chocolate chip cookies. Weird, but that's okay. Right? See, it's National Chocolate Chip Cookie Day, which is why I bring that up. I used to love
that.
Mrs. Fields cookies.
I love. They're so soft.
Do they still have those
Yes,
around?
they do.
Yeah.
I get them when I give blood. When I donate blood, they have them
That's
at the.
really random.
I know, but they always give those out now.
I haven't seen a Debbie Fields store in a long time.
Next time I donate, I'll try to pick you up a pack.
Yeah, Mrs. Fields, semi-sweet chocolate without nuts. That was my favorite one I used to like. So, all right, good morning. Enjoy a chocolate chip cookie, a glass of milk, or maybe you can have Cookie Crisps for cereal. Not a cereal, by the way. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, good morning to you. Yeah, look at those low clouds that are kind of hanging around from our Towson camera right now. A lot of that moisture that we talked about yesterday and all those clouds that were around that actually kept our temperatures down, continuing that trend here this morning. 68 your current temp in Towson, kind of mild, so we really didn't cool down much overnight. Now, notice our dew point trend. We're going to get dew points close to about 70 today, definitely kind of in that uncomfortable category, and you'll feel that moisture. And then Saturday and Sunday, you can see that little bit of a dip, so that drier air is coming in right as we get to the middle of the weekend. But overall, your HD radar, it's not picking up any of this mist out there. The actual rain is to the south, down through Richmond and down toward Virginia Beach as well. Golfers hitting the links today on your forecast. Well, not too bad, just maybe a little bit on the squishy side out there on some of those greens and fairways because of this mist that's been hanging around. But upper 70s through noon and into the lower 80s later this afternoon as well. We are your back to school headquarters. 24 days until Baltimore City County, Harford, Howard, and Arundel counties go back, and 32 days until Carroll County and the Eastern Shore. You're back at it as well. 24 days for Queen Anne's and Talbot County, with just over a month away, Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County for the first day of school. Lower 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Harford and Cecil counties, some upper 70s and lower 80s as well. We do expect to see at least some sunshine for some of you for the afternoon, and we hope we get all that rain out of here for that O's game, as they are back in town tonight, a 3-game series against the Mets at Camden Yards. 90 tomorrow and Sunday with more sunshine. We'll stay dry throughout the weekend, and then our next weather maker bringing the chance for storms on Monday of next week. Let's get checking mass transit. Mark Jones, how about them O's, Mark?
I tell you, they're doing it, aren't they? Yes, we're proud. And you're going to go to the game tonight, I heard you
I
say.
am, yep, yes, sir.
All right, do enjoy, Justin. Good morning out there right now on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 400 operating with a 15-minute delay. Certainly a lot of time for travel there. Penn Train 511 and Camden 845, 5 minutes late. Light Rail Link has single tracking out there between Lutherville and Mount Washington. As a result, you'll take delays here and there of up to 15 to 20 minutes. So a lot of time for travel on Light Rail Link this morning. Metro Subway Link, a different story, looking good in both directions of that service. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The mayor's nomination for fire chief is under scrutiny as new details surface about a decades-old investigation. Why Mayor Scott is still standing behind him.
Investigation continues this morning after a man was found fatally wounded near Camden Yards. Topping our next half hour, we'll have details on the ongoing investigation. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:26, and in your consumer news this Friday morning, Kia and Hyundai are recalling certain vehicles due to a potential fire risk. The automakers say the recall involves about 92,000 vehicles, and they are urging owners to park them outside. The recall covers certain 2023 and 24 Kia and Hyundai vehicles, which have an electronic controller in an oil pump that can overheat and then spark fires. Kia says it's received 6 reports of parts melting, but thankfully no injuries were reported. Hyundai and Kia will start notifying owners of the recalled vehicles in late September. Tesla is facing a class action lawsuit over claims about the driving range of its electric vehicles. 3 Tesla owners in California have sued the automaker, accusing it of falsely advertising the estimated driving ranges of its Models 3, S, Y, and Model X vehicles. The owners claim their Teslas didn't achieve close to their advertised ranges. The suit alleges Tesla breached vehicle warranties and engaged in fraud and unfair competition. Tesla has not commented on the suit. Recalls are not the only threat to your vehicle as thieves continue stealing throughout Baltimore City. We have details on the latest car theft in Anne Arundel County.
Questions are swirling over the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department after charges from his past are coming to light. Just ahead, what we're learning about an incident between the interim fire chief and explosives that happened years ago.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, August 4th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we didn't have to go to another station or anything because there's no FIFA matches this morning, but there's a whole lot of action when we enter round of 16 this weekend.
And you know, you don't have to wait till tonight. We got a lot happening in the Weather Center here. Some good handling skills over there.
Yeah, the reason why there is no World Cup on, I took the ball.
Oh, that, yeah. They can't play
Can't figure it out.
It's the official one. Yeah, we're talking about the U.S. Women's World Cup team coming up Sunday. We'll be talking about that here in just a little bit, but you can watch that right here on Fox 45 Sunday morning as they are in the round of 16. How about them first place Baltimore Orioles? Yes, 2 games up over the Rays, and they are back at home tonight against the New York Mets. Meet the Mets, meet the Mets. Our weather story, mostly cloudy skies. Temperature staying below average today. Now, we are going to see a few showers off and on. We have that mist that's kind of hanging around right now, but warmer and drier as we head toward the weekend. And Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Just watch for some of that mist that's going to get on your windshields as you're out for your morning drive today. Now, your snowball cast, not looking too bad. Lower 80s today, but look at those Saturday and Sunday temperatures, upper 80s and lower 90s. So snowball's melting pretty quickly with that heat that's coming back for the weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
In a city in crisis this morning, the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department is under the microscope following details about his past coming to light. Fox 45 News has learned that James Wallace faced charges decades ago for an incident involving explosives. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with details on how the mayor is responding. Shannon.
Well, the mayor, Megan, is standing by James Wallace as his nomination for the city's next fire chief, saying he is confident in his abilities to lead this department. He's also clarifying, too, that these explosives were fireworks. Meanwhile, we're also now hearing, though, from a former member of the state fire marshal's office who actually responded to this call back in 1992. And here's what he recalls.
And assisted in searching 2 apartments and located what was called M80 fireworks, which are basically a large firecracker. They are dangerous and unsafe and illegal then and now. They were only about no more than 2.5 inches long. They were a red cardboard tube with cannon fuse sticking out of them.
John Brazil there says officials were originally called to an apartment complex in Bel Air after reports of someone setting off fireworks, and that's when he came into contact with Wallace and another young man and found those firecrackers. Wallace was charged with having possession of pipe bombs because of the large amount of powder in those firecrackers. He was also charged with possession of explosives without a license. And records show that Wallace was a paramedic at the time and was temporarily suspended from the city. The charges, though, are now wiped from his record. So in a statement, Wallace is responding to this, saying in part, quote, "Back in my youth, I made a mistake for which I was appropriately reprimanded. I also made a vow to protect my family. Thankfully, we were able to move forward together, and I am thankful that my situation was considered worthy of a full expungement." So the local fire union and the mayor are also standing behind him. But whether or not interim Chief Wallace will lead this department still remains in question. He still awaits the approval of city council members before he can fully step into this role. So we have reached out to council members to find out how they are responding to this news, and we are still waiting to hear back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Mayor Brandon Scott is also facing questions about another one of his recent appointments, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
When speaking at a recent city council hearing about the Brooklyn mass shooting, Baltimore NAACP President Reverend Kobe Little says the city should have opened up a broader search before nominating Worley.
This incident, we told you guys this incident was going to happen when we had our last press conference. This is why you need community engagement on the front end before you bring in a police commissioner. So I hope that every member of this council is taking very seriously your responsibility to vet a police commissioner.
Worley also facing questions about his residency. City code requires the police commissioner to live within city limits, but Worley lives in Anne Arundel County. He says he plans to move to the city. The acting commissioner is holding a series of town halls to give residents a chance to voice their concerns about public safety next week.
Well, it happened again. For the second day in a row, Anne Arundel County Police say a group of teenagers stole a vehicle in the Brooklyn Park area. Fox 45 News obtaining surveillance video of the theft. It's similar to a video that we saw Wednesday, showing what seems to be, as you see them running away, a group of teenage girls running away after police said they tried to steal a vehicle yesterday. 15 teenagers have been accused of similar crimes in the same area over the past 2 days. Some of them couldn't be charged because of their age.
Well, many young people cannot be charged because of Maryland's Juvenile Justice Reform Act that you see here. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. If a child commits a misdemeanor, the maximum sentence is 6 months probation. If a child commits a felony, the maximum penalty is 1 year probation. Some also criticizing the Child Interrogation Protection Act that you see right here. And this stops law enforcement from speaking with any child until they've spoken with an attorney. Police and prosecutors across the state say their hands are tied when it comes to going after young offenders.
I think without question, over the last several years, the General Assembly has changed a number of the laws that deal with juvenile crime, and I think that's certainly led to some problems.
They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed, are the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
2 Maryland legislative committees plan to meet in September to look into how juvenile justice laws are impacting youth crime.
A battle continues between some Baltimore residents and BGE. The new bill from one councilman over external gas regulators.
And gas prices continue to soar, with the national average up to almost $4. We're going to have prices around the country and here at home from our live center.
Today, we're going to be mostly cloudy with off and on showers. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking if there will be any storms. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Gas prices continue to soar this morning.
Taylor Stewart's in our live center now with why we're seeing an increase. Taylor?
Well, that's right, guys. The national average for gas is up to $3.83. In Maryland, that number's a little bit lower, $3.79. But take a look at this. Just a month ago, we were sitting at $3.50 on average. So if you need to fill up this morning, just be aware, gas prices are certainly surging, but location is everything. On one end, you've got drivers in California back to paying more than $5 a gallon for an average gallon of gas. That's easily the highest in the nation. The lowest, Mississippi this morning, where the average there is $3.32. And as those gas prices go up, shipping costs do as well, which means higher prices for nearly everything you buy. Now, take a look here. Two things that are driving up prices. First, extreme heat. It's forcing some refineries to reduce output for safety concerns. But mainly, oil has rallied to a 3-month high. OPEC has cut back on production, and today, a panel of OPEC members led by Russia are set to meet and discuss those guidelines. We're hearing they're unlikely to tweak the oil policy at this meeting today. Another wild card, though, we are approaching peak hurricane season. Destructive storms along the Gulf Coast could also force prices even higher. We'll keep an eye on them here at the Live Center. That's the latest for now.
All right, Taylor, thank you. The FIFA Women's World Cup continues tomorrow at 1 a.m. Who the U.S. is taking on later this weekend, which you can watch right here on Fox 45.
And coming up next, meteorologist Justin Chambers has a special announcement, and you will not want to miss it.
What?
6:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
What?
.44 and in your morning rush, new details in the battle between some Baltimore residents and BGE over the external gas regulators. After last month's hearing with BGE, Councilman Eric Costello says he's introducing a bill that would ban the installation of all external regulators in the city. Hundreds of city residents have signed on to a lawsuit against the company to stop the project, citing safety and transparency concerns. BGE responded in a statement doubling down on its claim external gas regulators are safe, and the company is talking with customers who are worried about the project.
A text exchange first reported in the Baltimore Banner between two now former city officials hinting at a plan to get rid of the deputy mayor for public safety. Shannon Lilly joining us live. Shannon, what are those texts saying?
Well, the exact words, Megan, time to get rid of Barksdale. That's what former Monzi director Shante Jackson texted to former police commissioner Michael Harrison. Now, Harrison, we should note, did not respond to that, but this all went down during a contentious city council budget hearing that happened back in June. And Jackson was calling for the firing of Anthony Barksdale, who is the city's deputy mayor for public safety. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, we're going to dive deeper into that text exchange. Plus, we'll hear response from the mayor. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:46 on this Friday morning, and what are the weekends shaping up to look like?
We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here. He's got the forecast, but I think we're all on bated breath here, wondering what the big announcement is. Do we get it now, or is it later?
First of all, there's not going to be any baby like that one announcement that the mayor said or whatever is coming out in 24. That ain't happening.
Okay.
So
that's not it.
We're good. We're good with all that. But yeah, we'll let you know. Just a little email I got this morning, so I'm pretty excited about it. But our Towson Cam, good morning to you. We are seeing some of the misty conditions out here from our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, and those low clouds kind of hanging around. And this is that stuff that is not going to show up on your Fox 45 radar app, or any radar for that matter, because it's just the kind of low clouds and basically getting your windshields wet while you're driving to work. So those roads are a little bit on the wet-ish side. 68 your temperature right now in Towson. The dew point at 65 degrees. Now, here's your HD radar. Everything is all quiet. You can see that's the rain not here on the radar. It's down here to the south. We're talking to Richmond, out into Virginia Beach. So if you are heading south this morning, well south of D.C., that's when you're going to run into actual rain. But on your Rise and Shine cast, enjoying some coffee and breakfast with us, upper 60s and lower 70s for the next couple of hours. Sun is now up. Some of us will see the sun break out a little bit later today, and it'll be up until 8:15 tonight. And on your Splashcast, Marco. Marco. All right. There's a few more people playing. I like that. UV index still in the high category, even with the clouds. Not the best pool day, but notice our numbers are going to be in the 70s and even into the upper 70s and lower 80s, with a few more of those off and on showers through the afternoon. And check out some of the high temperatures. Look, Eastern Shore, you're in the mid to upper 70s, while areas west of 95, Westminster, Frederick, Gaithersburg, Laurel, are in those low to mid 80s, where we'll actually see that sun break out a little bit later into the afternoon. Here's a look at your O's cast. Yeah, New York Mets are in town tonight. I will be at the game tonight as well. Camden Yards, 7:05. Well, my mother-in-law, Aunt Margie, and my wife, we're all going to be there. So very excited about that. And how about them first place O's, 2 games up on the Tampa Bay Rays. So upper 70s here for that first pitch. And we may see a stray shower rolling in later into the evening time. I'll do my best and try to get the rain out of here, especially for the game that I'm at. Friday is a look at your MoCast. Yellow light, only because we still have some of that wet grass out there from this mist. But then Saturday and Sunday drying out nicely, so you'll be able to get that yard work done and get the grass cut as well this weekend. All right, Friday afternoon, you can see in our future scan, this is what I was talking about. Look at some of the areas here with those clouds moving out of here. So west of 95, a better chance of seeing some warmer temperatures, and that could spawn a stray shower or even a thunderstorm about 8, 9 o'clock right around that PA and Maryland line. And then some of those showers may move into the 95 corridor later into the evening tonight. Tomorrow we're dry and a little bit less humid on Saturday. Sunday continues to see a drier trend with more sunshine. Our next weather maker bringing in some showers and possible thunderstorms and maybe even some severe weather by the time we get into late Monday afternoon and into the evening time. We may need a weather alert day for that day, just kind of letting you know ahead of time. Linda W. in Hampstead up there in Carroll County. That is Rocco and Rosie. Look at those doggies. They are ready to go. Thank you, Linda, so much for sending that picture in. And if you'd like to get your pet pics in too, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Look at that. I even got for Fun Sock Friday my O's Oriole Bird sock. So my socks are on. Fun Sock Friday. Lower 90s tomorrow and Sunday. And notice, guys, we keep those 90s all the way through the middle of next week.
Well, now let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and the crash that is, you can see on the top left. That's the inner loop. It's been there for about 40 minutes now, really causing some backups here, inner and outer loops. But the inner loop is really causing some backups, even all the way to 70. They just moved it over to the right shoulder. It was 6 vehicles involved, and that caused some major backups. But now they've moved that to the right shoulder, and you can see vehicles are starting to move along, but that's still causing some delays.
This Sunday, Team USA is gearing up to take on Sweden in the round 16. Yeah. Can I
Here we
catch?
go. They're coming off a draw with Portugal finishing second in Group E, but they'll need to do better than if they want to take their what they've been doing, if they want to come home with their straight title, third straight title.
Yep.
Well, Team USA is slight favorite to win, but Sweden is expected to put up a tough fight that you can catch the game 5 o'clock Sunday morning right here on Fox 45. And really, the games start tomorrow morning at 1 a.m.
Oh, but look at this, ladies and gentlemen. They put the full screen up a little early, but that's okay. I am going to throw out the first pitch at Camden Yards, August 27th against the Colorado Rockies.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at this.
Justin Chambers.
I can't believe it.
You can't believe it. You've been begging for it on the air for like a year now.
I have been begging
But
for it
they
for a while.
listen to you. Justin, that's an honor. And now the question is, are you practicing? Are you nervous?
Huge honor, because remember Mike Elias on opening day was like, I don't want you to embarrass yourself.
Right.
So I was like, there's no chance in heck
And
or
you're
high
like,
water.
50 Cent has nothing on there.
Well, you got to do better.
But I did throw out the first pitch at a couple of minor leagues games
Good.
in Colorado Springs and in Nashville.
Nice.
But that was from the mound.
How were they?
They were great.
Okay.
They were great. I practiced. And my brother-in-law in Massachusetts, which I may need to go visit between now and then to get some practice on making sure I throw it out. I don't think
Tell me the date again, August?
They don't let you touch the mound, I don't believe.
Right, in front of the mound now.
Yeah, August 27th. It's a Sunday
27th.
afternoon.
Okay.
I want everyone to be out there. Colorado
there.
Rockies. Hope so.
You're buying all the tickets?
I'll buy some tickets.
Meteorologist.
Do you get to bring us? Can we come out on the field with you?
We can maybe talk to Tessa over there, at Camden Yards.
Oh,
So.
my
Spoke this into
gosh.
existence.
Yeah.
Either way.
Speaking
Yes,
into
you did.
existence.
Love it.
What are you going to wear?
I'm trying to decide what jersey to buy right now, Meg. Yeah.
Flaherty.
Maybe Flaherty. I want to do old
Okay.
school, though. But
Are you gonna
anyway,
wear
we
those
got to
tight
wrap.
shorts again?
Cal,
What?
then. If you go Cal Ripken.
Ripken, maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Brooks.
All right. Still to come this morning, besides the first pitch, you get to
Adley
meet
Rutschman.
our pet of the week, why Uncle Sam wants you to get to know him.
Oh, man. The O's are waking up victorious because Justin is throwing the opening pitch for him August 27th. But we're also going to talk about Jack Flaherty, too, and his first game as an Oriole and how it played out.
All right, so much excitement around here. You really don't need it, but if you do, we need some caffeine, right?
Let's take a coffee break. Let's
This was never supposed to happen in America. This is the persecution of the person that's leading by very, very substantial.
Former President Donald Trump back in court pleading not guilty Thursday to multiple counts of conspiracy and obstruction.
Former president returned to a wild scene in Washington, facing allegations that he plotted to overturn the 2020 election.
Now, one of the members of the Capitol Police Force who was on the ground on January 6th is speaking out about the indictment.
Was punched and knocked on my back, pepper sprayed.
Winston Panjon will never forget the unprecedented events of January 6, 2021.
There was blood and vomit and pepper spray all over the floors. Officers who'd been sprayed and who'd been beaten.
Panjon had worked 5.5 years with the U.S. Capitol Police on numerous assignments.
To see the Capitol be so brutally and savagely attacked was something that I had never imagined.
Years later, 7 News again asked Panjon about the events of that day following a new August 1st indictment against former President Donald Trump.
What are your thoughts on the accusations that the former president fueled that fire?
The people there that were attacking me that day were saying things like, the president sent us here and we're going to get in that building. His silence alone that day, while myself and my fellow officers were fighting for our lives, while he was watching it on TV, not doing anything to try to stop it, again, also speaks for itself.
Your first reaction to this latest indictment yesterday?
Relief in that, knowing that no matter if you are a person on the street or the former president of the United States, no one is above the law.
Panjon has since left the job and city he loved, using art to heal. As for what he hopes happens next for the former president,
I hope that he's held fully accountable to his crimes if and when he is convicted of them. I think it is very important that we respect the systems, the justice system, and that if he's sentenced to prison, then he serves his time.
Nashville Democrat Justin Jones and Memphis Democrat Justin Pearson have both won back their state house seats just months after being expelled by Tennessee's Republican legislator. Two of the so-called Tennessee Three, Jones and Pearson, were kicked out of office by their GOP counterparts for participating in a gun control protest they encouraged and held inside the state capitol. And Thursday's election comes as state lawmakers are preparing for a special session to address possibly changing the state's gun control laws.
A surprising text exchange is uncovered between two top city officials. Just ahead, how it's shedding light on a negative climate amongst city leaders.
Coming up, BGE insisting on installing external regulators despite an outcry from many within Baltimore City. How one council member is joining the fight to block the energy company's plans.
And while the mist may be putting a little damper on your weekend, baseball's been very, very good to me. Back with your full forecast right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go!
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 7 o'clock on this Friday morning, August 4th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. You know, we're going to find out how good baseball was to him on August 27th. See if that ball makes it to the plate.
Right. That's the whole thing.
No bouncies.
No bouncies. I just have to get it just over the plate. I hope Adley catches it. Oh, that'd be so cool. I could throw it to Adley.
Do you get to pick who the catcher is?
I don't think so. I don't think they let me do that. They're
just allowing you to get on the grass.
They're letting me back in the building. You guys remember what happened on opening day? They're letting me back in the building. So thanks to the O's. This is such a great season. We're excited about our first place O's. Back at it tonight now. Will the rain get in our way? Not really looking likely. We're going to see a lot of cloud cover around that first pitch at 7:05 this evening against the New York Mets. And we are going to see some showers kind of off and on throughout the day. Definitely to staying below average with our temperatures under mostly cloudy skies, and we will be warmer and drier for the weekend. Saturday and Sunday games are going to be nice and warm and dry. 68 here this hour on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we are good to go with those upper 60s and lower 70s through about 9 a.m. Again, watch for that mist that's on the roadways that making you use your windshield wipers here this morning. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. So, Tom, it is a little bit wet out there. Any issues on the roads with our traffic?
I'll just say this. Ever since you made the announcement you're throwing out the first pitch, traffic has cleared up pretty well. There was a major accident. You see some of the cameras right here. There were 6 vehicles involved. That's the inner loop right near 70, and it caused some major backups. They had the 695 shut down. That happened just about 45 minutes ago. You can see all lanes are open now. It's just over to the shoulder, so you will start seeing that relief here in the traffic. Everybody else, you're moving along just fine.
This morning in a city in crisis, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott is under fire.
Yeah, he's facing 3 controversies involving members of his administration. There are questions surrounding the mayor's nomination to lead the fire department as concerns surface over his past criminal charge.
And we still do not have answers more than a month after the Brooklyn Day shooting as the mayor and police leaders address the investigation. Plus, a text exchange first reported in the Baltimore Banner between 2 now former city officials hints at a plan to get rid of the deputy mayor for public safety.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the concerns about those text messages. Shannon?
Well, those text messages, Tom and Megan, show clear division and infighting among some of our city's top officials. They're calling for the firing of a top public safety leader. And again, as you guys mentioned, this was all first reported in the Baltimore Banner. They are the ones that actually obtained these text messages. But this exchange all went down between Shante Jackson and former police commissioner Michael Harrison. And you'll remember that Jackson was the former director of the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, otherwise known as Monzi. And take a look at this right here. Jackson fired off a series of texts to Harrison while Harrison was, as he texted Jackson that night, front and center of what was a contentious city council budget hearing, which happened on June 6th. Time to get rid of Barksdale. That's what Jackson wrote, then went on to text, "We can take him down and figure out the rest." Now, Harrison, we should note, did not respond to her subsequent messages that night, but those text messages were referring to Anthony Barksdale, and that's the city's deputy mayor for public safety. He oversees police, Monzi, the fire department, and the Office of Emergency Management. Now, before joining the mayor's staff in July last year, Barksdale was a tough critic of BPD's public safety strategies. And at his appointment announcement, you'll remember, Tom and Megan, that he actually made a public apology to the former police commissioner, and the two of them actually did end up shaking hands.
Jen, what's the mayor saying about these texts, though?
So the mayor isn't really directly responding to these text messages, Tom, but he is standing behind Barksdale and the work that he's done for the city. In fact, we pressed the mayor on this, and we want to roll that clip. Take a listen.
Deputy Mayor Barksdale's record speaks for themselves as a deputy mayor, but also as a public official and a former leader of the Baltimore Police Department. That's it.
Now, the mayor did go on to say that rather than these text messages, he would rather focus on the city's 25% reduction in homicides and the overall reduction in violent crimes that we're seeing this year. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. And that does bring us to our question of the day. Is government infighting putting your public safety at risk? So far, 91% of those who have responded say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in. Well, Fox 45 News continues to demand answers about the response to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting more than a month after 2 people were killed and 28 others hurt at the annual block party.
No arrests have been made in connection to the shooting itself, and Baltimore police admit they overlooked several key indicators of a developing threat on the night of the shooting. Fox 45 News pressing the mayor and acting police commissioner about the shooting this week.
About Brooklyn. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You cannot. You don't want to answer?
I'm a Baltimorean, and I'm not going to talk about how close we are and who we're coming after.
A 17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with the incident, but has not been charged with the shooting itself.
Neither police nor the Baltimore Housing Authority say they knew about the block party ahead of time. Fox 45 News found video of past Brooklyn Day parties revealing that it happens around the same time every year and has a history of attendees with guns and drugs at the event later in the night. We also know Safe Streets workers were at the event hours before the shooting and conducted a series of mediations but then left. Monzi still hasn't answered any of our questions about Safe Streets' response and what those mediations entailed. The City Council will hold another hearing on the shooting next month.
This is a very sad day for America. This is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America.
This morning, former President Donald Trump trying to rally his supporters after pleading not guilty to charges for trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
America now faces the prospect of an ex-president repeatedly going on trial in an election year. Taylor Stewart at our live center to break this down for us. Taylor.
That's right. The question is now, after yesterday's arraignment, what is next on the trial timeline? Now, depending on who you ask, it may not happen for a few months or several years. This is video of the former president deplaning at Reagan National Airport before making his way to the U.S. District Court in D.C. There, he entered 4 not guilty pleas. Now, we do know the next hearing is set for August 28th. That's when the judge intends to set a date for this trial to begin. Now, former President Trump was granted release on several conditions, including not discussing parts of this case with any witnesses other than through a lawyer. Looking back here at what he's indicted for, this includes that grand jury indictment. All 4 charges go back to his alleged efforts to subvert the 2020 election. He's facing conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. This goes back to the January 6th Capitol riot, and the conspiracy against to vote and the right to have one's vote counted. The Speaker of the House is among several GOP leaders reacting to this latest indictment.
And you know, in America, you are entitled to raise a question. You're entitled to question whether it was honest or not. That's the uniqueness of the First Amendment. That's the uniqueness of America. But you know what? You shouldn't be prosecuted for your thoughts. And the difference here is when Hillary Clinton said it, nothing happened to her. When they said it in Georgia's election, nothing happened to them either. You know what? When the DNC said it, nothing happened to them either. So stop using government to go after people who politically disagree with you. That is wrong, and that should stop now.
Obviously fired up there. Protesters outside of the courthouse were also fired up during the proceeding. A new Ipsos poll, though, conducted this week found that 45% of Republicans nationwide would not vote for Trump if he's convicted of a felony crime by that grand jury. We'll continue to follow this here at the Live Center. Back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. We want to hear from you. Do you think Donald Trump is guilty of conspiring to block certification of the 2020 election? So far, the results show roughly 72% have responded no. You can see that on the bottom of your screen right now. And you can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab. Developing this morning, new details in the battle between some Baltimore residents and BGE over the external gas regulators.
After last month's hearing with BGE, Councilman Eric Costello says he is introducing a bill that would ban the installation of all external regulators in the city. Hundreds of city residents have signed on to a lawsuit against the company to stop the project, citing safety and transparency concerns. BGE responded in a statement doubling down on its claim that external gas regulators are safe and that the company is talking with customers who are worried about the project.
This issue has been bubbling up for some time, and I think that we have heard elected officials talk about the issue and take performative actions to address the issue, which doesn't really address the issue. And that's part of the reason why we took our time here to make sure that we got it right.
As they said, it's been bubbling up. It took 3 women being arrested to cause a lot of media attention, and let's be real, the media attention probably was the pivotal point here.
Well, the bill will not affect any regulators that have already been installed outside. Attorney Dhruv Vignaraja, who represents some of the people suing BGE, says the suit has drawn attention to BGE's actions.
He has been perpetrating these kinds of injustices for years in neighborhoods all across Baltimore. This was one illustration that we were able to bring to the public's attention through repeated efforts, through repeated stories about the inequity, about the environmental concerns, about the cost concerns, about the safety concerns.
BGE responding in a statement doubling down on its claim that external gas regulators are safe and that the company is talking with customers who are worried about the project.
This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. You can scan the QR code to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, you may be able to get some help at going to sinclaircares.com.
Here's a look at the stories now making headlines this hour. Infighting in City Hall. In our next half hour, we're going to break down the departures of two high-ranking city government officials and why their exits are leaving more questions than answers.
But first, former President Donald Trump's indictments could affect the 2024 presidential race. Political analyst joins us live to break down the fallout.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:14, President Donald Trump's not guilty plea for his third indictment is a battle cry for his supporters because he appears to be the target of a political hunt going on now for 8 years. With each indictment for the GOP, the front runner gains in the polls. Joining us now for what this means in the next year's election cycle, political analyst John Deedy. Good morning, John.
Good morning.
538 has him as 53% in the polls against GOP candidates. That was before this last one, and they expect it to go up even higher than that. May even get close to 60% because of all these accusations. We saw this in 2016's elections, too, when he was running, and he was under consideration then. That was his argument, saying that this was a witch hunt then. We saw that Russia never turned out. In fact, it looked like it was more towards Clinton with a Steele dossier and everything. So it looks like he's got, see, look at my past and what they've been doing as long as I've been running. This is what's going on now, even though these charges are a little different.
These charges are different. And the problem is this. Trump's going up in the polls since a lot of this has happened, but I credit part of it to the awful DeSantis campaign. DeSantis was seen as the alternative. He got in the race and he is cratered. So those people who, before the indictment, were thinking about DeSantis as an alternative, saw DeSantis and said, I don't want any part of this. I'd rather have Trump. The other factor that comes into play is this. There was a poll that I saw yesterday that said 2/3 of voters would not vote for Trump if he's convicted. And that's a different bridge. And the problem is this. There are 78 charges. You've got to beat 78 charges, and that's a big road.
Some legal experts are saying, you know what, this is going to be difficult to prove. And as we've seen this with the special prosecutor already accusing him before, and that failed, this one may be the same thing. Others say this is a double standard, a distraction from the Biden family corruption and others. I mean, we have Stacey Abrams, who still says that the 2016 elections were wrong. She still says that they were false and that she should be the governor there. We have Hillary Clinton, who never called Trump and said, you won. So, I mean, there's still those people that are saying the same accusations here. They're riding on those coattails saying, hey, look, the other party did it. Why am I getting charged now?
I think the reason a lot of this is happening is comes down to one thing, January 6th, and an attempted coup d'etat insurrection against the United States government. Also, there's one other thing. We only know what we know now, what Jack Smith has presented. But if I actually read all the 45 pages of the indictment, it is very clear Mark Meadows, the former chief of staff, is cooperating. They also have Mike Pence's notes. There's a lot more information as it may come out that people may say, oh, the government's out to get Trump. But then they may look at the evidence and say, yeah, the government's out to get him, but he may be guilty. And that may turn a lot of voters off. So I think that element comes into play.
Okay. John, last question for you then. I mean, in 2016, Trump had all of the headlines the entire time. So anybody that was running against him did really not get any media attention. It seems like with this trial, with all these indictments coming against him, it's going to be the same thing playing out. I mean, how is DeSantis supposed to get any kind of time in there, or any of the other candidates, when Trump is stealing all the headlines, all the media attention?
Trump's sucking the oxygen out of the room. That's absolutely correct. And DeSantis yesterday announced that he was going to debate Governor Newsom, California, on Fox News with Sean Hannity. I mean, that's a desperation ploy right there. It's very difficult to get attention when another candidate, even if it's bad publicity, is sucking all the oxygen out of the room. And basically, you're trying to figure out whatever you can do to at least say, hey, pay attention to me. I'm still here. I'm still alive. The other problem Trump's going to have is he's burning through cash to pay for legal fees. So even though he may win the Republican nomination, he may have trouble raising enough money to beat a weakened Joe Biden.
John Deedy, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, it is 7:18 on a Friday. It's time to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's doing some arm stretches there. I mean, that's not far away. That's 3 weeks, right? 27th?
Yeah, it is.
It's
It's 3 weeks. You're exactly right. From this Sunday, yeah. And if you missed it, I'm very honored that they are letting me throughout the first pitch at the Orioles game coming up on August 27th. This is Sunday afternoon against the Colorado Rockies. Your O's, your first place O's, back at it tonight. It is fireworks night, Friday night fireworks, and they're celebrating the 83 O's all weekend long. Eddie Murray bobblehead on Saturday. We've got a bunch of players that are going to be signing autographs, and even kids run the bases on Sunday. And Buck is back in town tonight, right? Because it's the Mets, New York Mets, even after their big fire sale, giving up all of their pitchers and just kind of dumping everything. They'll be in town. 7:05 for that first pitch, 78 degrees. Should be pretty nice. Actually, our temperatures, it's going to be on the muggy side, but temps are going to stay mild. May see a stray shower or two, so we'll watch for a possible delay. Hopefully, we can get all of that rain and not have any issues with getting the full game in tonight. Looking at our HD radar, we're all quiet, but it is definitely misty out there, and you will get a bit wet if you step outside. The actual rain is well to the south of us, south of Richmond, now moving over Virginia Beach. So to the south is where we're seeing some of those showers. Dew point is trending upwards. So you're going to see those dew points in the upper 60s. Definitely muggier today, but the temperature shouldn't be too bad. And then notice on Saturday and Sunday, those dew point temps drop. That's an indication of that drier air that's working in. So Hank the Bird, he's excited. First pitch. Whoa. How about that? Yeah, Hank's excited about the first pitch, too. Thanks, buddy. Lower 70s here through 9 a.m. on your Bird is the Wordcast. Upper 70s through noontime. I just hope the Oriole bird doesn't, try to prank me or mess with me. You're not throwing out the first pitch. Ha, ha, ha. Anyway, we are your back-to-school headquarters here at Fox 45. 24 days for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Arundel counties all going back at the end of August, and then 32 days for Carroll County, so going back right after Labor Day. And in the Eastern Shore, Queen Anne's and Talbot County, you also start in late August with 32 days for Caroline, Cecil, and Kent County. So here's a look at your high temps today. Lots of orange on there. We love that. Our low to mid 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs. Still below below average for this time of year. Up and down the 95 corridor, look at that upper 70s in Philly, lower 80s in D.C., and lower 70s if you're heading down the ocean. But look at Cumberland at 87. So we could get some more sunshine in the western half of the state and west of 95. You can see that here with our future scan. We keep the clouds around most of the 95 corridor and east, but to the west is where we'll see some of that sun break out. That could heat up the ground and could prompt a shower or thunderstorm about 8, 9 o'clock right along the Maryland and PA line. So we'll keep our eyes on that. Saturday looks good. The drier air is working in, and then we'll stay dry throughout the weekend. How about this? This is Bo the dog, the grand pup of Karen Barnes, and Bo is on the center console. Don't change the radio station, Bo. Thanks so much for sending that picture in, Karen. We love that. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com is my email. Would love to get your pet pics on the TV. Yep, O's are here all weekend and then next week as well. So we are looking at your 7-day forecast with lower 90s for Saturday and Sunday after today's 80s. And then we keep the 90s through the middle of next week. Meg?
Justin, thank you. We've got to look at the roads here in our Lens Solar Traffic Network. We are still feeling the impacts from that crash on the west side of the Beltway. Still major backups out there. It's off to the shoulder. You can see the flashing lights out there. The good news, cars are moving through the area. It's just going to take a little bit to pick up those speeds once again. Getting justice in cold cases. Coming up, how a new project is helping police catch criminals for decades-old crimes.
And we are here at the Charmery this morning where they are getting ready to celebrate 10 years this weekend. We'll let you know of all the festivities happening for the big celebration and how you can join the fun in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Throughout the years, the Charmery has been serving up scoops, sprinkles, and smiles. And this weekend, they are celebrating 10 years in business.
Amy Aronson is screaming the ICECREAM and live in Hamden this morning with everything that they have planned. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. Yeah, perfect job on a Friday morning. I'm here with David Alma, who's getting ready for the big celebration. I can't believe it's been 10 years. Y'all are a staple, not only here in Hampton, but like everywhere now.
I don't know how that happened. All of a sudden, like I woke up in 10 years,
got behind me. I don't know. It's amazing. It's so amazing. We're so thankful for the community.
Well, you've got a big celebration planned all weekend long. Everybody's invited to join. What's the lineup looking like?
Okay, so every year we kind of do a theme. This year is like a tribute to the legends of the DMV, musical legends. And then we're throwing a couple parties. We're going to have some free music. We have Caleb Stein playing in the courtyard across from our Hamden shop that we're in right now at 12:30. Earlier in the day at 10 a.m. we have a 2 turntables and a ice cream cone all ages dance party in Columbia. And then at night, you know,
Things get wild, right?
things get wild at night. Lowland Tropics is like amazing, like band that out of Baltimore is playing at our ice cream factory at the Union Collective starting at 7 p.m. There's going to be so much like dancing and ice cream, like cones and sprinkles just flying everywhere. It's going to be
That's what we
wild.
like to
Yeah.
hear.
Oh yeah, it's going to be wild.
And of course, you'll have all your like classic flavors there too.
Yeah. Classic and like 5 brand new flavors that kind of are our tributes to these musical legends. So.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to put you on the spot here. What's been one of your like top flavors over the past 10 years?
Like my favorite?
Yeah, your favorite. Why not?
Okay, ice cream sando for me. It reminds me of like being a kid sitting on like a Wawa, the curb outside the Wawa where we lived, and like the little on your hand afterwards, you get to like lick it all off. That to me is like brings me to my childhood.
Okay. You think everyone else agrees?
I sure hope so. Come on. If not, we got others. I mean,
Yeah,
whatever
there's so
you
many.
like.
Yeah.
Even the vanilla people who like vanilla, I got you. You know, it's
you've
like
got us covered.
absolutely.
Okay, awesome. Well, we look forward to learning more about the new flavors coming up, trying some of these flavors for breakfast this morning, of course, and yeah, testing it all out.
Awesome.
Awesome. If you want more information on everything happening this weekend at the Charmery, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. What about you guys? I know you've had the Charmery flavors before. Any favorites? Do you need to look at the list? I don't know if you need to look at the ice cream down here.
The unique, different ones too.
The banana pudding one was good. Years ago, they had the big chunks of those cookies in there.
good.
Oh yeah, that was good. Anything that has a lot of chunks where you're like, do I need a spoon or a fork? That's a good
I
ice
like
cream.
a salted caramel, and I know they
That's
have
the good
something
stuff.
to that. We're going to get our orders for you, Amy.
Yes.
Are you going to scoop
they
it
do.
out for us next time, Amy?
That sounds perfect. Yeah, we're going to be
Okay.
scooping some ice cream. Why not?
Put it in
Let
the
me know your
water
request.
first, right? Make it
I don't
easier
know.
to
We'll
scoop.
find out. They may have it, yeah.
All right, Amy, thank you. Mostly cloudy, a bit cooler today. We are still tracking some precipitation, though. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what to expect in your neighborhood.
Questions are swirling over the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department after charges from his past are coming to light. Just ahead, what we're learning about an incident involving the interim fire chief and explosives. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, August 4th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we've got a very excited meteorologist joining us today.
He hasn't put the ball down yet.
No, he hasn't. He's been making some announcements.
I have to practice.
Do you want to tell everyone who maybe is just tuning in right now?
No. So the Orioles are letting me throw out the first pitch on August 27th against Colorado Rockies. And Talia emailed me because I don't have an O's jersey. I'm trying to think, what jerseys should I get? She said I should get one that has my name with 45 on the back.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You know what I mean? Like Fox 45.
Even better, yeah.
That's a really good idea.
Do you think the Smiths would maybe pay for that, or?
We'll work it out. We could even chip in. We're behind it.
Can you chat with Talia, see if she can block off some?
Block off some of the seats. That's a good idea. Yeah. No, Talia is the viewer. Talia is the one who suggested it. But we'll see about getting some seats for our friends and family out there. It should be a great day. And overall, the O's are back tonight right there at Camden Yards. And yes, it's kind of misty, so Tarp is on the field, I'm sure, getting ready for the New York Mets. And Buck returning to Baltimore. We'll see those O's in first place, 2 games up on the Rays, taking on the Mets for the next 3 games there at Camden Yards. 63 in Oakland, 68 in Cumberland. I'll talk about your O's cast here in just a little bit. Upper 60s for Baltimore and Bel Air right now. So overall, getting some yard work and gardening done. Probably a little misty out there. We'll see those lower 80s as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So temperatures actually still staying below average. Tomorrow, Sunday, right back into the upper 80s and lower 90s, but we get more sunshine as well for the weekend. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now. Any curveballs being thrown on the roads, Megan?
I mean, it's a mess out there, Justin. We want to take you back out live. Actually, we're not going to go live. We've got the drive times here. We've been seeing that incident on the Beltway. We had the live shot there of the crash that's now pushed to the shoulder, but really impacting traffic there. Elsewhere, you can see 15 minutes from 795 to 95, 95 to 83 in the yellow as well.
7:33, and this morning in a city in crisis, investigation continues after a man was found with a gunshot wound to his head right near the Sunoco by Camden Yards. Happened yesterday about 2 in the afternoon. Police say they found that man after taking a call about a car crash. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced dead. Anyone with information on the incident asked to contact Baltimore police. The shooting marks the 161st homicide this year in Baltimore City. And when it comes to non-fatal shootings, the city is nearing 400.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis this morning, the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department under the microscope, following details about his past coming to light. Fox 45 News has learned that James Wallace faced charges decades ago for an incident involving explosives. We have Shannon Lilly tuning us live this morning with the details and how the mayor is responding. Shannon.
Well, the mayor, Megan, is standing by James Wallace as his nomination for the city's next fire chief, saying he's fully confident in his abilities to lead this department. And the mayor is also clarifying that these explosives were fireworks. Meanwhile, we're also now hearing from a former member of the state fire marshal's office who says he actually responded to this very call back in 1992. And here's what he remembers about it.
And assisted in searching 2 apartments and located what was called M80 fireworks, which are basically a large firecracker. They are dangerous and unsafe and illegal then and now. They were only about no more than 2.5 inches long. They were a red cardboard tube with cannon fuse sticking out of them.
John Brazil there says officials were originally called to an apartment complex in Bel Air after reports of someone setting off fireworks, and that's when he came into contact with Wallace and another young man and found those firecrackers. Now, Wallace was charged with having possession of pipe bombs because of the large amount of powder that was in those firecrackers. He was also charged with possession of explosives without a license. Records show Wallace was a paramedic at the time, and temporarily he was suspended from the city. The charges, though, are now wiped from his record. So in a statement, Wallace is responding to this, saying in part, quote, "Back in my youth, I made a mistake for which I was appropriately reprimanded. I also made a vow to protect my family. Thankfully, we were able to move forward together, and I am thankful that my situation was considered worthy of a full expungement," end quote. Now, the local fire union and the mayor, like I mentioned, are also standing behind him. Whether or not, though, Interim Chief Wallace will lead this department remains in question because he still awaits City Council's approval before he can move on to that next step and officially become the fire chief here. But we have reached out to council members to find out how they are responding and what they think of these charges, and we have not heard back yet, but we will continue to keep you posted. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Mayor Brandon Scott also facing questions about another one of his recent appointments, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
When speaking at a recent city council hearing about the Brooklyn mass shooting, Baltimore NAACP President Kobe Little says the city should have opened up a broader search before nominating Worley.
This incident, we told you guys this incident was going to happen when we had our last press conference. This is why you need community engagement on the front end before you bring in a police commissioner. So I hope that every member of this council is taking very seriously your responsibility to vet a police commissioner.
Well, Worley also faces questions about his residency. City code requires the police commissioner to live within city limits, but Worley lives in Anne Arundel County. He says he plans to move to the city. The acting commissioner is holding a series of town halls to give residents a chance to voice their concerns about public safety next week.
As students are returning to school, they're likely to find some of their classmates have picked up vaping. Coming up, a doctor is in studio explaining the dangers of tobacco alternative.
And gas prices back on the rise. Why international politics could have you paying more at the pump.
And we are expecting a beautiful weekend ahead before storm clouds return next week. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down for us. 7:38's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Gas prices continue to soar this morning.
Taylor Stewart is in a live center with why we're seeing the increase now. Taylor?
Well, that's right here. National average for gas right now up to $3.83 across the country. Here in Maryland, we're looking at $3.79. But take a look at this. Just a month ago, we were looking at $3.50. So obviously gas prices are going up. Location, though, is a major factor. On the higher end in California, folks there are back to paying around $5 a gallon on average. That's easily the highest in the nation. On the lower end, you've got Mississippi this morning, where an average gallon there is $3.32. Those gas prices tend to mean higher shipping costs, which can lead to higher prices for you in almost everything you buy. So two things here are driving prices up. First, the extreme heat. It's forcing some refineries to reduce output for safety concerns. But mainly here, oil has rallied to a 3-month high. OPEC has now cut back on production, and today a panel is set to meet today, led by Russia. They're not likely to tweak the oil policy, though. Meantime, as we approach the peak hurricane season, the potential for storms along the Gulf Coast could also force prices even higher. We'll keep on monitoring that from the live center here. Back to you.
Right, Taylor, thank you. Controversy in City Hall coming up. Why text messages between two outgoing officials are raising eyebrows about administration officials' ability to work together.
Many are using vaping as a way to quit smoking, but somewhere the industry is targeting our children. Coming up, a doctor is joining us with what you need to know as kids get ready to head back to school. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
About 1 in 20 adults are e-cigarette users, with young adults ages 18 to 24 vaping the most. That's according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. As our kids get ready to head back to school with classmates who might be vaping, Dr. Jason Rose, a pulmonary physician at the University of Maryland Medical Center, is joining us live with the health concerns that parents might not be aware of. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you for having me.
I know you actually led an American Heart Association committee on this. What did you find?
Yeah, so what we found with vaping is they're not safe. We certainly can make that conclusion. They have acute effects on both your heart and your lungs, particularly with some of the chemicals involved in these vaping products, such as nicotine and some of the flavoring agents.
We hear so often people using the vape pens, like you're holding in your hand here, as a tool to help quit smoking. Is that effective? Is this better than cigarettes?
Well, right now it's not approved by the FDA as a cigarette cessation device. Some studies have shown you might be able to lower the amount of cigarettes you are intaking. However, we don't know the safety profile of this, and it is not FDA approved to do so.
What do we know about vaping right now and the long-term health impacts that this could have on kids? Because it seems as though we're seeing these young adults and kids using it the most.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the most concerning thing for me as a pulmonary physician is that we don't know the long-term effects. We didn't understand the long-term effects of cigarettes for 30 to 50 years. And we can't wait that long to figure that out on vaping products. We have to realize there could be long-term risks with it. I think that was one of the biggest conclusions of our study.
You mentioned some of the chemicals. What do we know about these chemicals? Again, we're going to have to wait to see, unfortunately, how this could impact your body. But is there indications on what it might do?
Well, one of the biggest chemicals in these vaping products is nicotine. And nicotine, we know, has addictive effects, and it has acute effects on the cardiovascular system. The other chemicals that I worry about are some of the flavoring agents. We just don't know what's in all of them, and those can have very acute effects on the lungs. And something that was called EVALI that came out in 2019 that hospitalized over 2,500 people and actually caused 68 deaths.
Oh, my goodness. So here we are, parents sending kids back to school. Oftentimes you're hearing this is happening in the bathroom. I know my niece in middle school said she has seen kids vaping in the bathroom. As parents, we don't smell it like we did with cigarette smokes. What is your advice to anyone watching at home trying to make sure our kids aren't partaking?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I'm holding one here. This is actually a very subtle device, and it doesn't actually create vapor. It vapes when you inhale it.
Really?
So you
I
wouldn't
would
even
not have
notice
even
it.
known what that was, to be honest with you. I have
Right.
never seen one like that.
Yeah, and you can buy this I got this from the gas station the other day. And so I think the most important thing is talk to your children about it, that one, it's not safe. Just because you can buy it, it's not safe. It's a tobacco product.
Right.
And we don't know the long-term risks. And certainly you can develop an addiction to nicotine by frequently vaping because most of the products have a lot of nicotine in them.
So having that conversation with your kid, maybe explaining some of the impacts could go a long way.
Absolutely, absolutely. That would be the most important thing.
I know your research far from over. What's next as you look into more studies?
I think what we can use, because we don't want to wait decades to see what these do long term, is things like certain animal studies or molecular studies we can to try to get a hint of what they're going to do. And then just really messaging, trying to prevent children who aren't smoking from starting to vape.
Okay. Dr. Rose, we appreciate you coming in. Important reminders as we head back to school. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, 7:48. We want to check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. We are looking at a kind of foggy start to your morning right there. They let me up in the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Now the clock doesn't work anymore. Now, that is not going to be the case once they let me back into Camden Yards. But either way, we've got some of those low clouds that have been hanging around and definitely getting a little bit wet, even though your radar does not show any rain. This is exactly what I always talk about when we have foggy mornings like this. Just some of that mist that's out there. The actual rain is to the south, down through Virginia Beach. So actually pretty far south. This weather system and this weather maker is bringing some of that moisture to the area. So we're going to keep the clouds around. We'll definitely get that humidity up. Those dew point temps rising today to the mid to upper 60s. So that's why when you see those temperatures and dew point very similar, that's typically when we have those foggy conditions. But drier air coming in on Saturday and Sunday as those dew point numbers will come down just a bit. As you rise and shine, enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us here. Next couple of hours, upper 60s and lower 70s. That sun will be up until 8:15 tonight. And those daylight hours are shrinking a little bit. If you are jumping in the pool today, not the best pool day, but just know that we have those temperatures in the 70s here through 10 a.m. and into the lower 80s this afternoon. A couple of stray showers and pop-up thunderstorms all are possible the later we get into the day. And the later we get into summer, tomorrow, 7 weeks from the autumnal equinox. So we are exactly 50 days until autumn. It is early Saturday, September 23rd in the morning time. Upper 80s is typically where we are this time of year. Look at the difference in temperatures. A lot of you on the eastern shore will only be in the mid to upper 70s with lower 80s for Cockeysville and Baltimore out through Westminster. The farther away you are from 95 to the west, the potentially warmer it will be because we'll have a better chance of seeing some sun actually break out later today. And if you are heading down the ocean, watch for a few showers, possible thunderstorms late this afternoon. But Saturday and Sunday, great beach weather at Ocean City and Rehoboth with temps in the mid to upper 70s. So here's what I was talking about. Look at the future scan. We keep the clouds kind of right along that 95 corridor through 2 p.m. Expect to see some clearing to the west, and that's going to continue. But that ground's going to heat up, and we had enough moisture around that we could trigger a shower or even a thunderstorm or two right along the Maryland-PA line about 8, 9 o'clock tonight. Hopefully that won't impact our O's game there at Camden Yards. Taking a look at Saturday, great conditions. Plenty of sunshine and heating up for the weekend. And then our next weather maker is Monday of next week. That's when we could have some severe weather developing. Not until late Monday afternoon and Monday evening, but some of the indications are we may need to shift into a weather alert day for that Monday. Obviously, we'll keep our eyes on that. But really, not much in the way of widespread showers and storms for you today. And look at that weekend looking very nice for the first weekend of August. And after we get through the storms on Monday, we're dry through the middle of next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. We want to take you live to Ocean City as city leaders request taxpayer dollars to attend various conferences by the beach. Coming up, a government accountability activist joining us live to break down the concerning totals.
But first, the Orioles return to Camden Yards after dismantling the Blue Jays in Toronto. How the newest bird was able to help the team fly home from Canada with a win, eh? And one of the cool things about it that we should raise our coffee glasses to.
What?
The Yankees. Guess how many games back they are from the O's?
How many?
10 games back.
Oh, here's to that and Justin's first pitch. We got a lot to
First
cheers
pitch,
to.
yeah. $7:55 and taking you to Baltimore here. Well, guess what? We're talking about the best baseball team in the AL. It's the Orioles returning home from Canada, still in first place in the American League East. Orioles showcasing their trade deadline acquisition last night as starting pitcher Jack Flaherty made his first appearance for the O's. The O's hope that the 27-year-old righty can help them win some games not only now, but when postseason baseball rolls around. Flaherty making his O's debut. He gets the start against the Jays and strike out Matt Chapman to end the first. At the top of the second, Austin Hayes providing the run support, RBI single to left, and then plates Ryan Mountcastle 1-0. But Flaherty was the headline yesterday. 8 strikeouts, a win as the O's take the series over the Jays, 6-1 final score.
This is fun. Orioles fans certainly excited about the new pitcher and a series win. This is just some of the reaction coming in on social media. I think this says it all. There's no better sports team to be a fan of right now than the Baltimore Orioles. Everyone's feeling this. Another win for the O's. I love this team. This is Birdland. Fireworks going off. And I want to read this one, too, because I think this says it all, too. Once again, the Orioles win a crucial series against a division rival looking to gain ground in any way possible. Now, we shouldn't get overconfident. We got to beat the Mets. The hype for the 1983 team being on hand will be massive, but we got to make them proud. Ain't the beer cold? And then just to sum it up, I mean, this is how we're feeling right now. Come at me, bro. We're ready for this. Let's go O's. Well, it is going to be cool and cloudy for that game here tonight in Baltimore. Potential for some rain. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if we need an umbrella as we head outside today.
A surprising text exchange is uncovered between two of the city's top officials. Just ahead, how it's shedding a negative light on the climate amongst leaders.
This morning, former President Donald Trump facing yet another setback in his 2024 presidential campaign, rallying his supporters after pleading not guilty to new federal charges. We're going to have a look inside yesterday's arraignment and the timeline for his upcoming trial.
A surprising text exchange is uncovered between some of the city's top officials. Just ahead, how it's shedding a negative light on how the leaders in our city communicate.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight up 8 o'clock on a Friday morning, August 4th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers ready to go with us this morning.
You know who I think has a hand in all of this great O success and the first pitch and all that stuff?
Jimmy.
Heck yeah. Oh, my God. I just saw the traffic jam Jimmy sign outside as well. Traffic jam Jimmy Way, which is where we work. And so, yeah, and I was like, come on, Jimmy's got a hold on this with his orange beard. So he's good to go. And we're looking good right now. Good morning to all of you as we are taking a look outside. This is our Towson camera. So I did my walk around the building and it's not misting anymore, at least here in Baltimore. Definitely the clouds are around and you feel that mugginess. I mean, you're getting your sweat on real easily. 68 in Woodlawn, 69 in Baltimore City, 69 as well in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River, already to 70 in Joppatown while we're hanging out at 68 for you in Bel Air, Harford County. Good morning. Low to mid 70s next couple of hours on your out and about cast. Those clouds will stay with us. We are tracking at least some rain showers and a possible storm, at least for some of you later this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at those updated weather models coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. This morning in a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott's administration once again under fire after a text exchange was first reported in the Baltimore Banner between two now former city officials, and they were hinting at a plan to get rid of the deputy mayor for public safety.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with the concerns about those text messages. Shannon.
Well, those text messages, Megan and Tom, show clear division and infighting among some of our city's top officials. In fact, they're calling for the firing of a top public safety leader. Like you guys said, this was all first reported in the Baltimore Banner. They are the ones that actually uncovered these text messages. Well, that exchange went down, though, between Shante Jackson and former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison. And you'll remember Jackson was the outgoing director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, also known as Monzi. And take a look at this right here. Jackson fired off a series of texts to Harrison, while Harrison was, as he texted Jackson that night, front and center of what was a contentious city council budget hearing, which was happening on June 6th. Time to get rid of Barksdale. That's what Jackson wrote, then went on to text, "We can take him down and figure out the rest." Now, Harrison, we should note, did not respond to her subsequent messages that night. Those texts, though, were referring to Anthony Barksdale, the city's deputy mayor for public safety, and he oversees police, Monzi, the fire department, and the Office of Emergency Management. Now, before joining the mayor's staff in July last year, Barksdale was a tough critic of BPD's public safety strategies. And at his appointment announcement, you'll remember, he made a public apology, guys, to Harrison, and the two of them actually shook hands at that time.
Shannon, what is the mayor saying about the text messages, if anything?
So the mayor, Megan, isn't directly responding about the text messages, but he is standing behind Barksdale and the work that he's done for the city. In fact, we pressed him about this, and we want to roll that clip. Take a listen.
Deputy Mayor Barksdale's record speaks for themselves as a deputy mayor, but also as a public official and a former leader of the Baltimore Police Department. That's it.
So the mayor went on to say that rather than these text messages, he'd like to focus on the 25% reduction in homicides that the city is seeing this year, as well as the overall reduction in violent crime that we're also seeing. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, this brings us to our question of the day. Is government infighting putting your public safety at risk? So far, 92% of those who have responded vote yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com.
Fox 45 News continues to demand answers about the response to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. More than a month after 2 people were killed, 28 others hurt at an annual block party.
No arrests have been made in connection to the shootings themselves, but Baltimore police admit they overlooked several key indicators of developing threat on the night of the shooting. Fox 45 News pressing the mayor and acting police commissioner about the shooting this week.
About Brooklyn. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You cannot. You don't want to answer?
I'm a Baltimorean, and I'm not going to talk about how close we are and who we're coming after.
17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with the incident, but has not been charged with any shootings itself.
Neither police nor the Baltimore Housing Authority say they knew about the block party ahead of time. Fox 45 News did find video of past Brooklyn Day parties revealing that it happens around the same time every year and has a history of attendees with guns and drugs at the event later in the night. We also know Safe Streets workers were at the event hours before the shooting and conducted a series of mediations, but then left. Monzi still hasn't answered any of our questions about Safe Streets' response and what those mediations entailed. The City Council will hold another hearing on the shooting next month.
This is a very sad day for America. This is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America.
This morning, former President Donald Trump is trying to rally his supporters after pleading not guilty to charges for trying to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
America now faces the prospects of an ex-president repeatedly going on trial in an election year. Taylor Stewart is in our live center now to break it down. Taylor.
That's right. Now, the question is, after yesterday's arraignment, what is next on the trial timeline? And depending on who you ask, that answer changes. It may not happen for several months, some say. Others say it could be years. This is video of the former president disembarking from the plane at Reagan National Airport before making his way to the U.S. District Court in D.C. to enter 4 not guilty pleas. We do know that next hearing is set for August 28th at 10 a.m. That's when the judge intends to set a trial date. At a minimum, though, it could take prosecutors months, if not a year, to prepare for that trial. He was granted release on several conditions, including not discussing the facts of the case with any witnesses other than through lawyers. The indictment charges former President Trump with conspiracy to defraud the U.S., conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction, and conspiracy against the right to vote.
And you know, in America, you are entitled to raise a question. You're entitled to question whether it was honest or not. That's the uniqueness of the First Amendment. That's the uniqueness of America. But you know what? You shouldn't be prosecuted for your thoughts. And the difference here is when Hillary Clinton said it, nothing happened to her. When they said it in Georgia's election, nothing happened to them either. You know what? When the DNC said it, nothing happened to them either. So stop using government to go after people who politically disagree with you. That is wrong, and that should stop now.
House Speaker McCarthy among several GOP leaders who spoke out now about these proceedings. And outside of that courthouse, there were several protesters outside of the courtroom, as a new Ipsos poll conducted just this week found that 45% of Republicans nationwide said if Trump was convicted of a felony crime by the jury, they would not vote for him. We'll continue to follow this here at the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We want to know what you think. Do you think Donald Trump is guilty of conspiring to block certification of the 2020 election? So far, 78% of those who have responded say no. You can vote right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Click on the Pulse tab.
With ongoing staffing shortages in top city positions, the mayor standing behind James Wallace as his nomination for fire chief, even as some questions arise about details in Wallace's past from decades ago. We hear from a former fire marshal who investigated Wallace 30 years ago.
Gas prices soaring to $5 and averaging in some parts of the country. In our next half hour, we are going to let you know how much you can expect to pay at the pump.
Our temperatures are a little mild this morning, definitely muggier and a lot of cloud cover out there. We had some mist earlier. How much will this mean in terms of rain for later today? I'm going to break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:11 is your time. Our weather authority forecast here for your Friday morning. Hey, thanks for being with us on Fox 45. Had a lot of World Cup matches. And of course, the ladies playing again Sunday morning right here on Fox 45 against Sweden. All right, our Towson cam, we are seeing a lot of cloud cover that is out there right now. Not necessarily misting as much as it was earlier. Temperature-wise, mild, mid to upper 60s for Oakland and Cumberland across the area up to Westminster, up into Bel Air at 68. Same number for you in Chestertown, the Eastern Shore. So if you want to get some yard work and gardening done, maybe you want to get the grass cut before some of that possible rain rolls in, looking at 70s and lower 80s throughout the course of the afternoon. Now, we'll talk about how much rain and how it could impact your plans, not only later today, but of course, but even for tonight. We'll do that for you coming up in just a few.
Ravens running back J.K. Dobbins still missing from the field as training camp continues. In our next hour, we hear from their offensive coordinator about how we'll catch up when he gets back.
But first, City Council giving some top officials thousands of dollars in travel pay, a decision some are calling into question. Up next, we're going to have more on how the city is spending your tax dollars. It's 8:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Well, city leaders are requesting travel pay to attend various conferences. Taxpayer watchdog groups argue the amounts paid by you, the taxpayer, seems excessive and is a waste of your hard-earned dollars. Joining us now to discuss the details, CEO of OpenBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Tom.
Hey, this is something, you know what, we hear about medical conferences, you know, doctors get paid, providers get paid, teachers, they get to go to conferences, even in Ocean City, accruing some CEUs, our weather conferences, even our meteorologists here, our company pays for them to go. So isn't this something similar to that you get to go and get to a different location and get some better education?
Well, the difference is these conferences are paid for by taxpayers, and that gives all of us license to give an oversight and scrutiny. And shining a white-hot spotlight on this, why does the city of Baltimore need to send 17 top officials, you know, costing taxpayers $29,000 over to Ocean City for this county conference? You know, I've never seen at a county conference anywhere across the country a breakout session on how to do more with less. I've never seen a breakout session or a conference dedicated to rooting out the systemic waste, fraud, corruption, and taxpayer abuse in all these spending systems. And so, typically these conferences are all about expanding the size, scope, and power of government, and that is directly against the taxpayer.
Adam, we're looking at some of this 29,000 for 17 employees to attend this summer conference, and some of the things you're arguing there. President Nick Mosby, though, it's $1,700 just for him. He's the top one asking for it. Any explanation on those hotel stays and why his is significantly higher than others?
Yeah, it's about twice as much as like Antonio Graves. Look, you've got Zeke Cohen. He's running against him in the 2024 primary to take over as the city council leader. And Zeke Cohen isn't charging taxpayers anything. He's paying his own way. Look, it's not surprising that Nick Mosby he likes to live large. According to disclosures we found in the past, we found that in 2022, he billed taxpayers $1,200 for tickets and dinners at the finest restaurants during the Preakness Stakes horse race.
All right, one other thing, though. Comptroller Bill Henry, he's going to San Diego for a conference, but that one is not going to cost taxpayers anything. Is that a good idea?
So these things need scrutiny, and that's why Henry, according to the ethics disclosures, had to disclose this to the city council. He's going to San Diego, California for an education conference, and he's not paying anything. Taxpayers don't have to pay anything. The charges are picked up by the conference sponsor, the Hunt Institute. So I took a look at the Hunt Institute, and they espouse on education some very radical and controversial ideas. One is critical race theory, CRT, which is its foundational ideology is in Marxism. They don't believe, for instance, in merit. They don't believe in equal opportunity. They believe in equal outcomes. They don't believe in objectivity in education, and they reject colorblindness. So I think Bill Henry's got some explaining to do.
Adam Andrzejewski, thank you.
Thank you.
8:18, it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for the weekend for us. And yeah, it's all about baseball this weekend.
Absolutely. O's back in tenure. First place O's by 2 games. 83 Orioles celebrated all weekend long. They've got fireworks tonight. Eddie Murray bobblehead tomorrow night. Kids are on the bases on Sunday, and lots of stuff going on that will, keep you excited for going out to the ballpark. Not only that, I mean, obviously what they're doing on the field. And Buck is back in town. Buck Showalter with the Mets. 3-game series tonight, 7:05 for that first pitch. Should stay mainly dry. We are seeing a few showers here and there. It is going to be muggy. We're seeing those temperatures in the upper 70s for that first pitch at 7:05 tonight. That muggy meter, you can see that dew point in the 66-degree range. So that just slid into that humid to muggy category. And that's where those dew points are going to be hanging out today. Definitely an increase in moisture. So on that muggy meter, kind of sliding between that sticky and gross category. However, it's not going to be oppressively hot. We'll have a lot of cloud cover around that should kind of mitigate some of that. So if you're out there hitting the links today on your forecast, 71 next hour. Overall, not too bad. Golfers, upper 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock, or the noon hour, and then in the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. These are some great golf scores, which I don't usually have. So our back to school cast here. This is your countdown to your bus stop forecast. Just over 3 weeks for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties, and a little over a month for Carroll County going back to school. Meanwhile, the Eastern Shore, 24 days for Queen Anne's and Talbot County, with 32 days just after Labor Day, Caroline, Cecil, and Kent counties. High temps today in the low to mid 80s. Perry Hall, White Marsh over to Towson, up into Reisterstown, Carroll County 82 in Westminster, 81 in Eldersburg, and most of us will see those 80s for Ellicott City and Columbia, down through Howard and Anne Arundel counties, right about 80 in Annapolis and 82 for you in Severna Park this afternoon. If you want to get the grass cut today on your mowcast, yeah, it all fired up there. Now, today I have a yellow light because it may still be a little wet from the mist this morning, but Saturday and Sunday, you're good to go. Plenty of dry weather on the way. Here's a look at our future scan. You can see what I'm talking about. Some showers coming at 8 and 9 o'clock tonight. This is going to be ahead of a cold front and just kind of sweeping through. That's going to be our best chance to pick up some of those showers. Maybe a rumble of thunder or two as well. Drier conditions for both Saturday and Sunday. Love this shot from Karen Barnes. Her grand pup, Bo, That is Bo the dog on the center console, just kind of hanging out there saying good morning, y'all. So thank you, Karen. I appreciate that. And we'd love to get your pet pics, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, let's roll that beautiful bean footage, please. 83 today, lower 90s Saturday and Sunday. And notice those 90s stay with us all the way through next week. We are tracking our next weather maker, that's coming up on Monday afternoon and evening, where we could see some strong storms. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We want to take a look at our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got a look at the loop again here, seeing a slowdown on the west side. But right now, our live camera's looking pretty good here, guys. Light volume, we're moving right now. But when you look at the map, you can see where the trouble spots are. A little bit of red, a little bit of yellow. Something to keep in mind as you head out.
The Orioles easily beating the Blue Jays yesterday afternoon 6-1 as they're keeping up the momentum. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we'll let you know where you can catch them next. There's a big hint on your screen.
And the Charmery is celebrating 10 years this weekend. So coming up next, we are going to check out some of the flavors that you can enjoy in celebration of 10 years this weekend, plus some of the new flavors that will also be featured. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8.25. Charmery is celebrating 10 years. Delicious bowls, cones, sundaes, and they're planning their best birthday party.
I mean, it's an ice cream shop. It has to be the best birthday party ever. Amy Aronson giving us the scoop live in Hamden with what you can expect. And Amy, I thought you would have the scooper in your hand right now.
I haven't been handed that just yet, but I have made it behind the ice cream counter. So that's a big deal here at the Charmery. I'm here with David Alma, who's showing us all the flavors you can enjoy this weekend and some new flavors, which is exciting for you all because you're always coming out with new stuff.
Yeah, you're in a sacred space here. You know, this is the scoop zone, you know.
Scoop zone, yeah.
Yeah, so for our anniversary, we're doing these tributes to the musical legends of the DMV. First, are you ready to taste some ice cream?
Yeah, of course, and scoop it. Let's get it out.
Okay, so this one is called The Blues Are Brewing. It's a tribute to Billie Holiday, Lady Day, and it is a whole bean coffee ice cream. We use beans from Vent Coffee, our neighbor at the Union Collective.
Perfect for the morning.
Absolutely, and then blueberry donut pieces. So.
Ooh, yeah, I'll try a little bit of that one. That's a big scoop you gave me here. Okay, let's see.
You don't have to eat all of it.
Mmm, very good. Perfect for breakfast. Okay.
Are you ready for the next one?
I'm ready. This is better than scooping, guys, by the way. I get to try it all.
Look, Baltimore, you know we got to do something for Tony Braxton.
Ooh, that was good.
Tony Braxton, Baltimore legend, Uncake My Heart after hit Unbreak My Heart. You remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
I almost just sang it to you, but I didn't want
fine
people
with me.
I didn't want people to tune out. So this is a chocolate cheesecake ice cream
Oh, wow.
with cake pieces, anniversary cake pieces. It's just, it's actually the first one that came to my mind because, you know.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so good. Okay, well, we are being wrapped, so while I try this flavor, I'll let you all know how you can come try them for yourself. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. You can get all the details there on the birthday celebration and all the flavors that they are going to have this weekend, including the new ones. I'll give this one a try.
Everyone's singing Tony Braxton back here. Many different renditions.
And? Oh, I can taste the cheesecake in it. Very good. I mean, every flavor is very good. So you guys got to come try it for yourself.
You know, those
I've got a
pints
tough
do
job this
travel.
morning.
I just letting you know, those pints travel. Just putting it out there.
Good point.
Yeah.
I hear you. Let me know your requests. We're not far from our station, so
I got you all. Don't worry.
we'll transport some back.
Thank you both very much. Car thefts around the state. With the latest happening just yesterday in Anne Arundel County, we're going to take a look at the ongoing investigation and why police can't always charge those responsible.
Questions are swirling over the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department after charges from his past are coming to light. Just ahead, what we're learning about an incident involving the interim fire chief and explosives. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Friday morning to you. It is August 4th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Todd Rogers, and we're looking at the weekend weather. As you're a little humid when you step outside, there was some mist coming into work today. That seems to have kind of gone away.
Yeah, let's check with meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at what we're expecting today and this week. The Frizzcast is really what I want to know.
It's a frizz factor, yeah, exactly, for all of us, all of you as well this morning, unless you're like my brother-in-law who's bald, so it's all good. Looking outside right now, we are seeing that humidity, and my Charm City tank shot, not too bad, right down to 395. Patapsco looking good, even though we have those clouds. We definitely had the mist earlier, not necessarily misting, but we'll keep those mostly cloudy skies and temperatures that will stay below average. Also tracking some showers and the potential for a couple of pop-up storms, especially late this afternoon into the evening time. Warmer and drier, however, for the weekend, so a lot more sunshine on the way once we get to Saturday and Sunday. But you can see in your out and about cast next couple of hours, our temperatures stay in the 70s, and we keep those clouds around as well. In the next 3 days, 83 today, but check it out, 90 to tomorrow and Sunday. A lot of us in the upper 80s with a lot more sunshine, even though we'll be drier. So be ready for that August-like feeling. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
This morning in a city in crisis, an investigation continues after a man was found nearby the Sunoco in Camden Yards. Now, he had a gunshot wound to his head. This happened around 2 a.m. in the morning, yesterday afternoon, rather. Police say they found the man after taking a call about a car crash. He was taken to a nearby hospital. He later died there. Anyone with information about this incident is asked to call Baltimore police. This shooting marks the 161st homicide this year in Baltimore when it comes to non-fatal shootings, and the city is nearing 400.
Now to a city in crisis. This morning, the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department is under the microscope following details about his past, extreme past, that are now coming to light. Fox 45 News has learned James Wallace faced charges decades ago for an incident involving what is deemed as explosives, more like fireworks. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the details on how the mayor is now responding. Shannon?
Well, the mayor, Tom, is standing by James Wallace as his nomination for the city's next fire chief, saying he is confident in his abilities to lead this department here. And he also is clarifying, as you mentioned, that these explosives were fireworks. Meanwhile, though, we are also now hearing from a former member of the state fire marshal's office who says he responded to this very call back in 1992. And here's what he remembers about it.
And assisted in searching 2 apartments and located what was called M80 fireworks, which are basically a large firecracker. They are dangerous and unsafe and illegal then and now. They were only about no more than 2.5 inches long. They were a red cardboard tube with cannon fuse sticking out of them.
So John Brazil there says officials were originally called to an apartment complex in Bel Air after reports of someone setting off fireworks, and that's when he came into contact with Wallace and another young man, and they found those firecrackers. Wallace was charged with having possession of pipe bombs because of the large amount of powder that was in those firecrackers, and he was also charged with possession of explosives without a license. Records show Wallace was a paramedic at the time, and he was temporarily suspended from the city. The charges, though, are now wiped from his record. And so Wallace is responding to this in a statement saying in part, quote, "Back in my youth, I made a mistake for which I was appropriately reprimanded. I also made a vow to protect my family. Thankfully, we were able to move forward together, and I am thankful that my situation was considered worthy of a full expungement," end quote. Now, the local fire union and the mayor, as I mentioned, are standing behind him. But whether or not Interim Chief Wallace will lead this department remains in question because he is still awaiting approval from City Council before he can fully step into this role. And we have reached out to City Council to find out how they are responding to this news. We're still waiting to hear back. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Mayor Brendan Scott also facing questions about another one of his recent appointments, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
Now, when speaking at the recent City Council hearing about the Brooklyn mass shooting, Baltimore NAACP President Kobe Little says the city should have opened up a broader search before nominating Worley.
This incident, we told you guys this incident was going to happen when we had our last press conference. This is why you need community engagement on the front end before you bring in a police commissioner. So I hope that every member of this council is taking very seriously your responsibility to vet a police commissioner.
Also faces questions about his residency. City code requires the police commissioner to live within city limits, but Worley lives in Anne Arundel County. He says he plans to move to the city. The acting commissioner is holding a series of town halls to give residents a chance to voice their concerns about public safety next week.
Well, it happened again. For the second day in a row, Anne Arundel County Police say a group of teenagers stole a car in Brooklyn Park area. Fox 45 News obtaining the surveillance video of the theft. It's similar to the video that we saw Wednesday, showing what seems to be a group of teenage girls running away after police said they tried to steal a vehicle yesterday. 15 teenagers have been accused of similar crimes in that same area over the past 2 days, and some of them couldn't be charged because of their age.
From the Live Center this morning, your gas prices are soaring, with the national average for gas this morning $3.83. In Maryland, we're a little bit lower, though, $3.79. But take a look at this. Just a month ago, we were talking about an average of $3.50. Location here is everything, though. On one end, you've got drivers in California back to paying on average $5 for a gallon. That's easily the highest in the nation. On the low end, though, Mississippi this morning, where the average there is $3.32. Those gas prices also mean higher shipping costs, which could lead to higher prices for almost everything you buy. Now, here are two things that are driving prices up. First, the extreme heat. It's forcing refineries to reduce output for safety concerns. But mainly the issue here, oil has rallied to a 3-month high. OPEC has cut down on production, and today a panel of OPEC members, led by Russia, are set to meet today. But sources say they are unlikely to tweak the oil policy at this meeting. Now, there's also a wild card here. We're approaching the peak of hurricane season. A destructive storm along the Gulf Coast could also force prices even higher. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center.
Censorship top of mind for one Missouri senator who's working to make Americans' voices heard. Coming up next, how some members of Congress say they're trying to protect freedom of speech.
And we're starting off a little bit cloudy this morning with temperatures cooling off a bit, but warm weather making its return this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has a look at the week ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Breaking news this morning, U.S. slowed hiring but added a solid 187,000 jobs in July. Unemployment rate dipping to 3.5%. Experts say this is a sign of a durable labor market despite federal rate hikes. And also making your headlines this Friday morning, a Republican senator from Missouri is working to give Americans a voice when it comes to censorship.
That's right. Senator Eric Schmidt introduced the Censorship Accountability Act, which would take away government protections and give citizens the right to sue officials from the executive branch for violating their First Amendment rights. It comes in response to claims the Biden administration pressured social media companies into removing misinformation and controversial content from their platforms.
Agencies people have never heard of were involved in this, in addition to, the Department of Justice, the CDC, all these agencies and their power, again, silencing Americans and millions of posts. And that's just not acceptable in this country.
Now, last month, a judge issued a ban on members of the Biden administration communicating with social media companies about taking down posts. A federal appeals court is temporarily blocking this order while the case is being reviewed, and the Biden administration maintains it promoted responsible actions to protect public health and safety as well as security. A murder investigation leads to a shocking allegation when a woman accuses her own son of killing her ex-boyfriend. We have a look inside the ongoing investigation in Maryland's Most Wanted.
Hyundai and Kia are recalling more than 90,000 vehicles over potential fire risks. We'll let you know if your car could be one of them. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. A45, a man is gunned down in cold blood. Then his ex-girlfriend makes a shocking allegation. The mass shooter was her son.
Here's Alexa Ashwell with Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators believe the man behind the mask is this man, 21-year-old Tajon Gill. He's accused of murdering his mother's on-again, off-again boyfriend nearly a year ago. And now the U.S. Marshals Service needs your help tracking him down.
October 18th, 2022, Hagerstown, Maryland. A woman calls 911 and says her ex-boyfriend has been shot. Officers respond and find the 46-year-old victim lying in front of a home.
here on Murph Avenue.
They find the victim, who has been shot multiple times, on the ground. They perform medical attention and rush him to the hospital.
At the hospital, the victim is pronounced dead. In the waiting room, the woman tells officers she witnessed the shooting and believes it was her own son, 21-year-old Tajon Gill, who pulled the trigger.
The mother is without a doubt convinced that this shooter was her son.
The woman tells police up until recently, she and the victim had been dating for the past 15 years, and that he and her son had always had a rocky relationship. That night, the woman says her brother asked her to come over because of an ongoing issue. Surveillance video detailing what happens next.
This was a very violent murder.
Investigators say the woman, victim, and another man can be seen standing outside when suddenly a masked suspect appears behind them, pulls out a gun, and shoots the victim. The victim runs, but the shooter follows.
The subject then chases him down the street and continues to fire at him.
The victim, clearly the shooter's sole target. At the hospital, investigators say officers show the woman the surveillance video, and she again identifies the suspect as her son.
I can't even imagine the position that she is put in to identify her son. She's trying to do the right thing.
But why would this young man resort to murder? But we don't know exactly why he decided to take this action.
At this point, through investigation, we still do not understand the exact motive of this.
Investigators say Gill doesn't have a lengthy criminal history, detailing one prior arrest for possession of a handgun. The 21-year-old has now been on the run for nearly a year, and according to investigators, should be considered armed and dangerous.
We do not believe that Gill is out of the Hagerstown area. He might have crossed into Pennsylvania, but that is about as far as we think that he might have gone. We need to get him off the streets so nobody else falls victim to Gill. And while he's running from us, there's potential that other people can get hurt.
Investigators say it's likely Gill is still in the Hagerstown area and possibly has fled to Pennsylvania. So take a good look. He stands at about 6'2" and weighs approximately 150 pounds. If you have any information regarding his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshal Service. The tip line number 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact agents directly, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous, and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
All right, 8:48 there, and we are busy weekend. O's, and then there's also going to be a lot of people watching World Cup soccer here, right here on Fox 45.
That's right. We've got like someone super famous, a pitcher for the O's. We've got
technically,
I
think legally we have to say a pitch.
A pitcher.
One pitcher.
Thank you, Taylor.
I want to give you that credit.
I do love that. Yeah, we'll see how it shapes up. I mean, just search 50 Cent on YouTube. I'm not gonna do that. That's just as long as I'm better than 50 Cent throwing out the first pitch, I'll be okay.
Okay.
So, anyway. Yeah, that's exciting.
Low
Coming up on August 27th, I'm excited to be out there at the Camden Yards, and Oriole Park at Camden Yards popping tonight because the New York Mets are in town, and the O's are back here in first place, 2 games up, and they've got a 3-game set against the Mets, and then they have a day off on Monday, and then they'll start a 3-game set against the Astros next week. So here's a look at your Towson cam. 69 your number in Towson right now, and notice that dew point at 66 degrees. So we were blessed with a couple of days where we had those lower dew point numbers earlier this week, indicating some drier air. That's not the case anymore. Now, our HD radar is very quiet. We're not tracking any rain. You can see the rain here to the south of us, and that big old L right there, that's an area of low pressure that is sliding and staying to the south. So mainly this is going to be an east of 95 situation with a lot of the cloud cover hanging around. Those dew point numbers, though, for all of us are going up today. So definitely more humidity and mugginess. The dew points drop Saturday and Sunday, so that means we're going to see some of the drier air drop. And you can see in our splash cast here, UV index still in the high category, even with that cloud cover that's out there. So if you are going to hang by the pool, maybe not the best pool day, but upper 70s later this afternoon and into the lower 80s as well, with a couple of showers here and there. Notice Eastern Shore, you're going to be cooler today with mid to upper 70s, and then the farther west you go from 95 will be a little bit warmer as we're expecting some sun to break out. Here's a look at your So I should change this O's cast up for the first pitch. Instead of the hit, I should do, here's a look at your O's cast, you know, and then I can get my practice in. Do you think that's a good idea? Oh, yeah. All right. So I just can't fail. Yeah. 78 for your. Just don't make it on YouTube, Justin. Don't make it on YouTube. First pitch, 78 by 7 o'clock tonight. Can't wait to go out to the game. Should be a lot of fun. And they're just rolling. We love that we have some Orioles magic going on. And if you're heading down the ocean today, 73, a little bit on the cloudy side with a few showers here and there. But upper 70s Saturday and Sunday looking great heading down the ocean this weekend. So 83 today. All of us will see the lower 90s for the weekend and into next week. And Monday is going to be our next weather maker. That's when we have a chance of some storms rolling and could get into a weather alert day situation by Monday afternoon and evening. So obviously we'll keep our eyes on that. Time to take a look at a view through your window. How about this view? Beautiful shot right there. You can see this picture from Dwayne W. Crabbing on the waterfront is what he titled it. So thanks for that picture, Dwayne. I should say Dwayne. And if you'd like to get the we'd love to see the view through your window. That's how I do this part. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and a look around the area of the Baltimore region this morning. And volume starting to pick up, but no major incidents to report on any of the major roads around the Baltimore region. In fact, you can make it down the ocean right now without issue.
All right, topping your consumer news this morning, Kia and Hyundai are recalling certain vehicles due to a potential fire risk. The automakers say the recall involves about 92,000 vehicles, and they're urging the owners to park their cars outside. The recall covers certain 2023, 2024 Kia and Hyundai cars, which have electronic controller and an oil pump that can overheat and spark fires. Kia says it has received 6 reports of car parts melting, but no injuries to report here. Now, both car companies will start notifying owners of the recalled vehicles in late September.
We'll follow the Yellow Brick Road all the way to the Hippodrome. Coming up in our next hour, when you can catch the Wiz right here in Baltimore.
And we are here at the Charmery this morning where they are gearing up to celebrate 10 years this weekend. We've got the full scoop on all the festivities and what ice creams you can enjoy this weekend in just about 30 minutes.
All right. Well, speaking about ice cream, what's your favorite flavor?
I think it's coffee bean. Just, that frosty kind of,
Yeah, especially right now.
Yeah.
Not even 9 o'clock. Time for it.
Yeah, it's time for it.
An ice cream coffee break.
An ice with ice and froth and
8:56 and topping your morning business report this Friday. It seems people are no longer flocking to use Threads. That's Meta's Twitter rival. New data from market research firm shows the company is struggling to keep its users. The data shows as of Monday, Threads' daily active user count is down 82% from its launch. The bad news doesn't stop there. Threads' daily active user count is still falling at a rate roughly 1% per day. Meta is reportedly looking at adding retention-driving hooks to keep their users engaged. Some important news coming out of Google. The company is showing users where their information is popping up on the internet. Google is updating its Results About You dashboard. The update alerts users when their personal information, such as their phone number, home address, or email, shows up on search results. Every match can be reviewed by the user to decide if they want to submit a request to remove it. Google will send out push notifications about any future matches. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Our family loves being outdoors, especially when the weather is nice, but mosquitoes are so annoying. So I found these stickers. I love these. It's a Buzz Patch mosquito repellent sticker and then the Magic Itch Relief patches. Now, the first thing you do, you take one of these little stickers when you're headed out to the beach or the pool or just outside or whatever, and you want to put it on your article of clothing that's closest to your exposed skin. So I like the sleeve. You could do it on a sock, and it's going to create a barrier around you to basically keep the mosquitoes away. This is all natural. It has a really fresh smell. It smells like citronella. There are some essential oils in here, and you get 60 of these in one package. So they're easy to just throw in your bag, throw in your kid's bag if they're heading to camp. The other one is the Magic Itch Relief Patch. Okay, so you take one of these, it's a grid, right? And if you do get a mosquito bite, you're just gonna attach it to your skin. Just stick it right there where the bite is, and it's going to stretch your skin and pull that saliva out of the lymphatic system. What that means is it stops the itching. This works for 30 seconds, works up to 7 days, and these mosquito repellent stickers start working immediately and work for up to 24 hours. So right now we're offering 20% off the natural patch. Just head over to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It's 9 o'clock, and here are today's top stories.
Gas prices are back on the rise. Just ahead from the Live Center, why international politics could have you paying more at the pump.
Plus, BGE is insisting on installing external regulators despite an outcry from many in the city. How one council member is joining the fight to block the energy company plans.
A surprising text exchange is uncovered between two top city officials. Just ahead, how it's shedding light on a negative climate amongst leaders.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Well, thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, August 4th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us in our forecast.
Yeah, we eat weird stuff in the morning. You just had ramen, right, Meg?
I did. I had the cup of noodles from the vending machine, and I'm stuffed.
Yeah, I know.
It was very good.
Because we eat our lunch at like weird times in the morning.
9 a.m.
So good morning to all of you. Hopefully enjoying your breakfast with us, or maybe you're doing your lunch too. You know, if you're an early riser like we are. Right there down 395, you can see the Charm City tank shot there, and you can see a lot of the clouds that are kind of hanging around. So we had mist earlier this morning, definitely mild and muggy. Next couple of hours in the low to mid 70s if you're out for a run or a jog. 83 for your high today under mostly cloudy skies. We're tracking a few afternoon showers. Could get a stray thunderstorm as well for some of you. I'm going to break down the forecast here as we get later in the day. It's not going to be a washout by any means, so that's the good news, but we'll take a closer look at the warmer conditions for the weekend ahead.
All right, Justin, thank you. This morning in a city in crisis, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott is under fire, and he's facing 3 controversies involving members of his administration. There are questions surrounding the mayor's nomination to lead the department as concerns face over a past criminal charge. And we still do not have any answers more than a month after the Brooklyn Day shooting as the mayor and police leaders address the investigation.
Plus, a text exchange first reported in the Baltimore Banner between two now former city officials hints at a plan to get rid of the deputy mayor for public safety. Shan Lilly is joining us with the concerns about those text messages.
Yeah,
Now, those text messages show clear division and infighting among some of our city's top officials at the time. And those texts are calling for the firing of a top public safety leader. As you guys mentioned, this was all first reported by the Baltimore Banner, and they are the ones that actually uncovered these text messages. But this text exchange all went down between Shante Jackson and former Police Commissioner Michael Harrison. Jackson, you'll remember, was the outgoing director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, at the time. And take a look. Jackson fired off a series of texts to Harrison, while Harrison was, as he texted Jackson that night, front and center of what was a contentious city council budget hearing, which happened on June 6th. Time to get rid of Barksdale. That's what Jackson wrote, then went on to text, "We can take him down and figure out the rest." Now, Harrison, we should note, did not respond to her subsequent messages that night. Those texts, though, were referring to Anthony Barksdale as the city's deputy mayor for public safety, who oversees police, MONSE, the fire department, and the Office of Emergency Management. Now, before joining the mayor's staff in July last year, Barksdale was a tough critic of BPD's public safety strategies. And at his appointment announcement, you'll remember, he made a public apology to Harrison. The mayor, though, is not directly addressing these text messages, but he is standing behind Barksdale and the work that he's done for the city. Take a listen to his response when we pressed him.
Deputy Mayor Barksdale's record speaks for themselves as a deputy mayor, but also as a public official and a former leader of the Baltimore Police Department. That's it.
Now, the mayor went on to say that rather than these text messages, he would like to focus on the 25% reduction in homicides we're seeing in the city and the overall reduction in violent crime. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
Shannon, thank you. That brings us to our question of the day. Is government infighting putting your public safety at risk? So far, 92% of people who voted say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, an investigation continues near the Sunoco by Camden Yards after a man was found with a gunshot wound to his head. This happened around 2 yesterday afternoon. Police say they found the man after taking a call about a car crash. He was taken to a nearby hospital where he later died. Anyone with information about this incident has to call Baltimore police. This shooting marks the 161st homicide this year in Baltimore. And when it comes to non-fatal shootings, the city is nearing 400.
Fox 45 News continues to demand answers about the response to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. More than a month now after 2 people were killed, 28 others hurt at the annual block party.
No arrests have been made in connection to the shooting itself, and Baltimore police admit they overlooked several key indicators of a developing threat on the night of the shooting. Fox 45 News pressed the mayor and acting police commissioner about the shooting this week.
About Brooklyn. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You cannot. You don't want to answer?
I'm a Baltimorean, and I'm not going to talk about how close we are and who we're coming after.
17-year-old is facing riot and gun charges in connection with the incident, but has not been charged with any of the shootings.
Neither police nor the Baltimore Housing Authority say they knew about the block party ahead of time. Fox 45 News found video of past Brooklyn Day parties revealing that this happens around the same time every year and has a history of attendees with guns and drugs at the event later in the night. We also know Safe Streets workers were at the event hours before the shooting and conducted a series of mediations, but then left. MONSE still has not answered any of our questions about Safe Streets' response and what those mediations entailed. The City Council will hold another hearing on the shooting next month.
9:05 and developing this morning new details in the battle between some Baltimore residents and BGE over their external gas regulators.
After last month's hearing with BGE, Councilman Eric Costello says he is introducing a bill that would ban the installation of all external regulators in the city. Hundreds of city residents, meantime, say that they have signed on to a lawsuit against the company to stop the project, citing safety and transparency concerns.
This issue has been bubbling up for some time. And I think that we have heard elected officials talk about the issue and take performative actions to address the issue, which doesn't really address the issue. And that's part of the reason why we took our time here to make sure that we got it right.
As they said, it's been bubbling up. It took 3 women being arrested to cause a lot of media attention. And let's be real, the media attention probably was the pivotal point here.
Well, the bill will not affect any regulators that have already been installed outside. Attorney Dhruv Vignarajah, who represents some of the people suing BGE, says the suit has drawn attention to BGE's actions.
He has been perpetrating these kinds of injustices for years in neighborhoods all across Baltimore. This was one illustration that we were able to bring to the public's attention through repeated efforts, through repeated stories about the inequity, about the environmental concerns, about the cost concerns, about the safety concerns.
BGE responding in a statement, doubling down on its claim that external gas regulators are safe and that the company is talking with customers who are worried about the project.
9:07, and in Anne Arundel County, a Baltimore woman is now charged in connection with robbing a cab driver. Police say Wednesday afternoon, officers responding to reports of a robbery near Lithicum. Cab driver told police he was completing a fare for a female passenger when she pulled out a knife, demanded the cash from him before fleeing his taxi. 47-year-old Abida Montgomery was arrested and charged.
Gas prices continue to soar this morning.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with what we're seeing, why we're seeing the increase. Taylor?
Well, that's right, you guys. The national average for gas right now sits at $3.83. Here in Maryland, it's $3.79, closer to $3.80. So if you need to fill up this morning, keep that in mind because location is everything. On one end, you have drivers in California back to paying more than $5 for an average gallon of gas. That's easily the highest in the nation. On the lower end, you've got Mississippi this morning, where the average gallon is $3.32. Those higher prices also mean higher shipping costs, which means higher prices for almost everything you buy. Meantime, the two things that are driving prices up, first, extreme heat. It's forcing some refineries to reduce output for safety reasons. But mainly here, oil has rallied to a 3-month high. OPEC has cut back on production, and today a panel of OPEC members are set to meet to discuss those new policy regulations, but they're unlikely to tweak the oil policy at this meeting, according to sources who are aware. Now, at this point, we are approaching the peak hurricane season. A destructive storm along the coast could also force higher prices. Just so you guys have some context here, last month we were at $3.50. So we'll continue to monitor these uptick in prices here from the Live Center. Back to you.
Controversy surrounding the mayor's pick for fire chief. Coming up in the next half hour, the legal trouble from his past coming to light.
But first, a government shutdown could be looming if Republicans fail to agree on spending bills. Why some say Republicans might embrace the shutdown.
And your Lens Solar Traffic Network from some of these live cameras around the Baltimore region showing volume has calmed down. It looks like the fog and the mist is clear and you are driving to work without any major issues. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Stricter asylum restrictions at the border are allowed to remain in place for now.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill this morning. And Kayla, is this seen as a short-term win for Democrats?
That's right. So this marks a win for the Biden administration. The decision coming down late last night, an appeals court allowing a rule to stay in place that makes most migrants ineligible for asylum if they pass through other countries first on their way to the United States and did not seek protection there, or if they didn't first attempt to enter the U.S. legally and went straight for seeking asylum. Now, a lower court did attempt to block the rule from staying in place. The administration, though, using this policy post Title 42 as a way to mitigate illegal migration numbers at the southern border. This comes amid a recent uptick in migrant arrests. Homeland Security is now sending 140 new ICE agents to key areas in Texas, Arizona, and California, increasing the number of those agents from 60 up to 200.
Kayla, looking ahead to possible issues on Capitol Hill this fall, a government shutdown could be looming if Republicans fail to agree on some spending bills. There's also growing concern that some members of the Republican Party might actually embrace the shutdown. What are you hearing? Why is that?
Well, essentially because this can be used as a powerful leveraging tool to get their policies across. When asked about this, members of the Freedom Caucus said they would not rule out leveraging a government shutdown to get spending cuts. Representative Andrew Klein from Georgia wants to cut government spending by $100 billion, for example. And Representative Bob Good from Virginia said last week if the government shuts down, most Americans won't even miss it. Speaker Kevin McCarthy, though, insisting a shutdown will not happen on his watch, and his party will come together to pass the necessary spending bills this fall to keep the government in operation.
Kayla Gaskins, thank you. Kayla Gaskins from Capitol Hill.
9:14. Time to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist and future MLB pitcher Justin Chambers giving us the forecast here. Well, pitch. We just can't pluralize.
Now, look how humble he is now. Now it's just,
Yeah, whatever.
We have to see what happens. People like around the building are like, "Hey, man, congrats!" I'm like, it hasn't happened yet. Congratulate me after it happens.
Either way, it's going to be fun for us.
Well, it should be fun, no matter what. And hopefully I don't trip and fall and do all the fun YouTube, TikTok-y things or whatever. Anyway, very excited and honored that the O's are going to have me throughout the first pitch coming up on August 27th. It's a Sunday against the Colorado Rockies. And I'm not trying to jinx anything, but we could be like, sniffing the playoffs by then. If we're not already, 2 games up in the AL East. I love that. So they are back at it tonight. We'll have your O's cast in just a sec. Current dew point temp 66, so we slid into kind of that muggy category, and those dew points are going to stay in the mid to upper 60s, even close to the 70s here today, so kind of into that sticky and gross category. A lot of cloud cover around, not the oppressive heat, so that's good news. Hank the Bird, he's excited. First pitch. Did you hear it? Did you hear that? Man, he is fired up, just like my socks for Fun Sock Friday. That's the Oriole bird right there. Hopefully he'll tweet me back. I don't know. I tweeted him. Sometimes he tweets back, sometimes he doesn't. 50 days, ladies and gentlemen, until the autumnal equinox. If you're excited for fall, meteorological fall, starting a little sooner than that. It's coming up on a Saturday this year, September 23rd. Here we go. Our temperatures today are going to be in the low to mid 80s, so numbers that will be a little warmer west of 95. So Carroll County and western Baltimore County actually be a little bit warmer than areas out toward the east, only because that's where kind of those clouds will be hanging out. And you can actually see some of those numbers. Upper 70s in Bel Air, over to Rising Sun in Elkton at 79 today. Same thing for you in Chesapeake City. And numbers here for your O's cast. You like that? Do you like that one? Yeah. All right. Woo. Pulled a hammy there. Woo. A quad and the labrum or something. I don't know. Something's not good. That hurts. All right, 78 for your first pitch tonight. New York Mets are in town. That means Buck is back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got fireworks tonight. We've got Eddie Murray bobblehead tomorrow night, and kids run the bases on Sunday. Should be a great day on Sunday afternoon. At the car wash, whoa, 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 whoa. So today I have that yellow light only because it's still kind of outside. But Saturday and Sunday, green lights for you. Can clean up that ride and shine it all up as you're heading down to Camden Yards or whatever you're doing this weekend. So here's what we're talking about. Look at this future scan. This is 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice where the clouds are, kind of 95 and east. And then west is where we'll see the potential for some sun to actually break out today, and that could help to warm things up. That means we could see some thunderstorms about 8, 9 o'clock this evening right along that Maryland and PA line. Hopefully it stays away from Camden Yards, but either way, some of us will get a couple of those showers and a pop-up thunderstorm. But then it's all done. We got that cold front coming through, drier air in place on Saturday and on Sunday as well, with plenty of sunshine. And then next week, our next weather maker looks a little bit more interesting as we start to see some of these weather models coming in. Could have some stronger storms, especially late Monday night into Tuesday morning. So we'll have that potential for some severe weather. May need a weather alert day by Monday. Shout out to Autumn, who sent this picture in of Avery and Sunny, and this is in Lineborough, Maryland. I had to look it up. Meg knows where it is, Carroll County. Right north of Manchester. So I was like, oh, they say it's named for Jonathan Line, but it's also coincidentally on the Maryland and PA line. So there you go. Avery and Sunny out for a little gallop. Thank you, Autumn, for sending that picture in. We love that you send those pictures in, at least I do. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So 83 today. We're right back to the lower 90s into Saturday, Sunday, and even into Monday. And we do have those showers and storms coming late Monday into early Tuesday. But notice those 90s, guys. They're right here. I mean, it's August, so we've got a string of 90s all the way through the middle of next week.
Awesome. And Justin, you don't even need to be nervous. We are proud of you already. This is going to be fun. First pitch it's an honor. It's good. It's going to be a lot of fun. All right. Also a lot of fun, anyone who has to pick up and head out on the roads here today. We've got a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard, and it looks great. Traffic is moving. No major issues to report.
A warning to those taking the roads in Howard and Anne Arundel counties. Maryland Department of Transportation State Highway Administration announcing new speed cameras. Yay. Officials say the cameras will be operational starting Monday. They'll be placed along the Paul Pitcher Memorial Highway in Howard County to Aviation Boulevard in Anne Arundel County. After a 21-day waiting period, Maryland State Police will begin authorizing citations starting August 28th. And he's a jack of all trades, what Jack Flaherty had to say after picking up a win in his big debut with the Birds.
And we are here at the Charmery this morning where they are getting ready to celebrate 10 years this weekend. They've got a whole party planned. We'll let you know exactly what to expect in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, 9:23 is your time right now. Hey, I'm Tom. Hey, hello. Hey, how's
You
it
do
going?
the first pitch, and now you think you can do anything.
Just think I could do anything. Hey, but what's better, though, than ice cream and rock and roll? Charmery pulling out all the stops for their 10th anniversary celebration.
We have Amy Aronson. She is live in Hampton with all the new flavors you can try. And then, of course, the oldies but goodies, too, Amy.
Yeah, exactly. So much ice cream. You got to come try it all this weekend. All the locations are celebrating. I'm here with David Alma telling us all about the lineup. Not only is there going to be ice cream, it's ice cream plus music.
Oh, we are so excited. First of all, anyone who comes with purchase, free baby scoop. That's all 5 locations, including our newest one in Chevy Chase. And then there's music. We got to celebrate with music. We have a all-ages dance party at Colorburst Park in Columbia, 10:30. Then Hamden, across the street at St. Luke's, we have like the baddest singer-songwriter troubadour to ever set foot on the earth, Caleb Stein.
So
free show here. And then at night, my newest favorite band in the whole wide world, Lowland Tropics, is playing a show at the Union Collective, 7:30. It's all these free shows. We're gonna dance. We're gonna eat ice cream. It's just, I mean, are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm so ready. And there's so many flavors too. You already have this full lineup here of like the classics, but then you've got a whole selection of new flavors that folks can come out and try for the first time.
All focused on musical legends of the DMV. These are the people I grew up on. We all grew up on these legends. Marvin Gaye, Billie Holiday, Bad Brains. I mean, come on, these are like the foundation artists. So it's gonna be special. And the flavors are out of this world delicious.
If you could recommend one for someone to try this weekend, what would it be? I know that's like such a tough question. We got to end on a tough note here.
Okay, I'm ready. I think the blues are brewing our Billie Holiday tribute. Okay. It's Vent coffee beans, whole bean coffee, which is amazing, and somehow blueberry donut pieces and coffee. I mean, you can imagine kind of dipping it, but it works so well together. I was surprised.
A little caffeine boost too,
right? You should see my arms. My hairs are standing up because it's so good.
I know we're making them all extra hungry back at the studio this morning. I know you've got a full bag for everybody to try some of the new flavors if they can't get out here. But if you want to come for yourself to any of the Charmery locations and try it out, here's the information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And guys, I know this is kind of lame, but I actually love that cinnamon flavor that you're seeing right now. That's one of my go-to flavors when I come to the Charmery.
Not lame at all.
It's so good.
Cinnamon is amazing on everything, Amy, of course. Yeah.
They're out here, we love them.
And yeah, it's so good. But some of the new flavors are even better.
Do they have their savory flavors still?
Vanilla, I got you, vanilla people.
Savory flavors?
They often
let's
have
see.
a lot of those, too.
Well, they've got one with the Ritz crackers in it. That's kind of a little different, right? Oh, the pickled berry too. I mean, there's so many. You got to come try them all.
All right. Thank you, Amy.
Love the Charmery with that big old ice cream scoop outside, you know, in Hamden, right on the avenue. You always know where it is.
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you tap your ruby slippers together and follow the yellow brick road, because The Wiz is returning to Baltimore. Still to come, all the information you need to know to get a front row seat to the hit musical.
I just need some courage to tell you about the forecast and maybe tracking some storms.
That was pretty good.
I don't know if that was a good impression or not. It doesn't matter. I'm Justin. I'll have some forecast stuff for you. You're watching Fox 45.
Questions are swirling over the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department after charges from his past are coming to light. Just ahead, what we are learning about an incident involving the interim fire chief and explosives.
I understand that they may be a little bit concerned because we haven't played our best soccer yet.
This Sunday, Team USA gearing up to take on Sweden in round 16. Still ahead, where they stand in tomorrow's big match.
And we're talking about temperatures that are not too bad, a little mild right now. We're tracking the potential for some showers and storms as well on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Friday, August 4th. I'm Megan Gilland.
Good Day Baltimore Friday just sounds like a beautiful sentence to me.
I mean, it's perfect. And then
throw in meteorologist Justin Chambers, and you got a sandwich.
It's a trifecta.
Yeah, come on now.
And a ball.
And a ball. That's why we're not on, because we took the ball from the World Cup game. I'm just kidding. The World Cup matches, yeah, very excited. Team USA coming up Sunday morning right here on Fox 45 as the round of 16 is here, the knockout round. Our Towson camp right now, not looking too bad. We definitely have a lot of cloud cover, and you can feel that mugginess out there, and you will feel that all day today. Even though our temperatures stay below average, we will be warmer and drier for the weekend. You're going to really enjoy Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, it's August, so we'll see upper 80s and lower 90s. But today, another day with numbers that will be in the upper 70s and lower 80s. So out for your yard work or getting the gardening done before the weekend, yeah, no issues out there, just getting your sweat on. Hey, there's some ice cream. We were just talking to the Charmery, but our next 3 days, not really melting today, but tomorrow and Sunday, a little bit more on the melt meter. We'll see those upper 80s and lower 90s with more sunshine. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Earlier, we were a little wet on the roads with some of that mist. Any issues out there with our traffic right now?
Well, no, looking at the Lens Solar Traffic Network, we're taking a live look over Loch Raven Boulevard. Everything looks smoothly from our vantage point this morning. We'll keep you updated.
This morning, in a city in crisis, the mayor's pick to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department is under the microscope following details about his past coming to light. Fox 45 News has learned James Wallace faced charges decades ago for an incident involving explosives.
Shannon Lee is with us live this morning with the details and how the mayor is responding. Shannon.
Well, the mayor is standing by James Wallace as his nomination for the city's next fire chief, saying he is confident in his abilities to lead this department. And he is also clarifying that these explosives were fireworks. Meanwhile, we are also now hearing from a former member of the state fire marshal's office who says he actually responded to this very call back in 1992. Here's what he remembers about it.
And assisted in searching 2 apartments and located what was called M80 fireworks, which are basically a large firecracker. They are dangerous and unsafe and illegal then and now. They were only about no more than 2.5 inches long. They were a red cardboard tube with cannon fuse sticking out of them.
John Brazil says officials were originally called to an apartment complex in Bel Air after reports of someone setting off fireworks, and that's when he came into contact with Wallace and another young man and found those firecrackers. Wallace was charged with having possession of pipe bombs because of the large amount of powder in those firecrackers. He was also charged with possession of explosives without a license. Now, records show that Wallace was a paramedic at the time, and he was temporarily suspended from the city. The charges, though, are now wiped from his record. And so in a statement, Wallace says this, in part, quote, "Back in my youth, I made a mistake for which I was appropriately reprimanded. I also made a vow to protect my family. Thankfully, we were able to move forward together, and I am thankful that my situation was considered worthy of a full expungement." Now, meanwhile, the local fire union and the mayor are also standing behind him. Whether or not Interim Chief Wallace, though, will lead the department still remains in question because he still awaits approval from the city council before he can fully step into that role. And so we reached out to city council members to see how they are responding to this news. We're still waiting to hear back. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Mayor Brandon Scott also facing questions about another one of his recent appointments, Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley.
Now, when speaking at the recent city council hearing about the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, Baltimore NAACP President Kobe Little says the city should have opened up a broader search before nominating Worley.
This incident
We told you guys this incident was going to happen when we had our last press conference. This is why you need community engagement on the front end before you bring in a police commissioner. So I hope that every member of this council is taking very seriously your responsibility to vet a police commissioner.
Well, Worley also faces questions about his residency. City code requires the police commissioner to live within city limits, but Worley lives in Anne Arundel County. He says he plans to move to the city. The acting commissioner is holding a series of town halls to give residents a chance to voice their concerns about public safety, and that's happening next week.
Well, it happened again for the second day in a row in Anne Arundel County. Police say a group of teenagers stole a car in the Brooklyn Park area. Fox 45 News obtained this surveillance video of the theft. It's pretty similar to video we saw on Wednesday, showing what seems to be a group of teenage girls running away after police say they tried to steal a car yesterday. 15 teenagers have been accused of similar crimes in the same area over the past 2 days. Some of them couldn't be charged, though, because of their age.
Now, many young people can't be charged because of Maryland's juvenile justice laws. The Juvenile Justice Reform Act that you see right here, this prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. If a child commits a misdemeanor, the maximum sentence is 6 months probation. If a child commits a felony, the maximum penalty is 1 year probation. There are some who are also criticizing the Child Interrogation Protection Act, and this stops law enforcement from speaking with any child until they have spoken with an attorney. Police and prosecutors across the state say that their hands are tied when it comes to going after young offenders.
I think without question, over the last several years, the General Assembly has changed a number of the laws that deal with juvenile crime, and I think that's certainly led to some problems.
They have hampered us by not allowing us to actually interview juveniles to question them about the crimes that they've committed, are the individuals that they've committed the crimes with. And this has hampered investigations along the way and has not kept this community safe as a result.
2 Maryland legislative committees plan to meet in September to look into how juvenile justice laws are impacting youth crime.
Ravens star running back J.K. Dobbins remains absent from training camp. Still to come, the expectations for Dobbins when and if he returns.
And today, you may catch some on and off showers throughout the day, but what about into the weekend? Meteorologist Justin Chambers will be back. He's tracking what to expect for this first weekend of August. It's 9:37 on Good Day.
This morning, former President Donald Trump is trying to rally supporters after pleading not guilty to charges following Thursday's arraignment. The big question now is what's next in the trial timeline. Depending on who you ask, it may not happen for a few months or several years. This is video of the former president disembarking from the plane at Reagan National Airport as he made his way to the U.S. District Court in Washington, D.C. to enter those 4 not guilty pleas. We do know the next hearing is set for August 28th, and that's when the judge intends to set a date for this trial. Now, former President Trump was granted release on several conditions. That includes not discussing the facts of the case with any witnesses other than through a lawyer. The indictment charges former President Trump with conspiracy to defraud the U.S., conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, along with obstruction and conspiracy against the right to vote. The House Speaker, among several GOP leaders reacting to this latest indictment.
And you know, in America, you're entitled to raise a question. You're entitled to question whether it was honest or not. That's the uniqueness of the First Amendment. That's the uniqueness of America. But you know what? You shouldn't be prosecuted for your thoughts. And the difference here is when Hillary Clinton said it, nothing happened to her. When they said it in Georgia's election, nothing happened to them either. You know what? When the DNC said it, nothing happened to them either. So stop using government to go after people who politically disagree with you. That is wrong, and that should stop now.
Now, protesters rallied outside of that courthouse during those court proceedings on Thursday. A new Ipsos poll conducted this week found that 45% of Republicans nationwide say that this would impact their vote. If he's convicted of a felony crime, they would not vote for him. That's the latest here from the Live Center.
Back to school mode is in full swing, but a teacher shortage could even further jeopardize students. Still ahead, the reasons behind this ongoing problem. But first, we have a positively adorable new friend with us that's going to be sitting right there on the couch. Not yet, but soon. Who's it going to be? Can tell you they've got 4 legs. Little clue for you. It is 9:42 now on Good Day Baltimore.
are you having a rough day? Don't worry, this adorable pup here is going to brighten up your entire Friday. Katie Flory with the Maryland SPCA is here showing us off Uncle Sam. Good morning, Uncle Sam.
Good morning. Yeah, this is Uncle Sam.
Yeah, tell us more about him.
Sure. So he's got a kind of interesting story. He was found wandering the streets of Baltimore on the 4th of July, hence his name that we gave him, Uncle Sam. We aged him at about 2 years old, and we actually do have some information on him. So we know that he lived happily with other kids.
Okay.
We are recommending no small kids just due to his size. He's a bigger guy with a little bit more energy. He does well with other dogs, but we are recommending an area with low density of dogs, so meaning not a full crowded neighborhood with lots of other dogs.
He looks like he needs some weight on him.
Yeah, he could definitely use some loving. Loves his treats. He's still got some potential to learn some tricks. Definitely a couch potato and a little bit of a Velcro dog. So he definitely sticks right up against you. He loves his butt scritches. Absolute sweet, sweet guy.
So tell me, when is Uncle Sam up for adoption?
Uncle Sam is available as of 1 p.m. today, so you'll want to come to the Maryland SPCA, 3300 Falls Road, and set up a meet and greet with him.
Oh, if someone's looking right now and they're like, hey, I got to get a jump on Uncle Sam, where can they go online?
They can go to our website, mdspca.org, to find out a little bit more about him. But yeah, like I said, he's 2 years old. He is also housebroken. So that's something that we found out. He's already housebroken and trained. So yeah, he's definitely ready to go.
Sweet guy. Nice coat too.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Katie.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. Let's get over to our forecast. I want to see if meteorologist Justin Chambers has a good outlook for us for this weekend. And the O's game tonight, really.
Yeah, O's game are looking pretty good, and we are seeing a lot of cloud cover out there, Taylor. We are seeing the potential for a few showers and maybe a thunderstorm, especially as we get later, about 8 and 9 o'clock this evening. But overall, lots of those clouds that are around right now just kind of hanging around. You can see from our Towson camera, and definitely the mugginess is up. We can feel that probably even inside and outside, especially as you head outside. But overall, our temperature is not looking too bad. We're not going to be oppressively hot today, so that's good news. 70 temp right now in Towson, but notice that dew point at 66 degrees. So those dew point numbers are going to keep climbing, and our HD radar is all quiet. You really have to go far to the south to see any kind of rain, and that's very southern tip of Maryland, right there at the mouth of the Chesapeake, down through Virginia Beach. That's where we're seeing some actual rain at this time. But those clouds kind of lingering, and our dew point trend, yeah, we're going to see those dew points slide close to 70 today, back into that uncomfortable category. Notice Saturday and Sunday, dew points come down, so that's the drier air that's moving in behind the cold front. So if you are heading out to the pool today, not the best pool day, but not awful either, because lower 70s next hour, and we'll get to the lower 80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Again, a couple of scattered showers will be possible. 88 is typically where we are this time of year. Notice that we're actually cooler on the eastern shore, with a lot of us only in the mid to upper 70s, and then 95 in areas west into the lower 80s, where we actually might get some sun breaking out a little bit later this afternoon. And if you're heading to Camden Yards tonight, the O's are back in town against the Mets. 78 for that first pitch at 7:05, and mid-70s by the fifth inning. Should stay mainly dry for the game, when most of the weather models are continuing to keep those showers and storms away from downtown Baltimore. But you never know, Mother Nature, has her own agenda. So here's your down the ocean cast. 73 today, with a chance of some of those showers hanging around, but gorgeous conditions Saturday and Sunday. Upper 70s in Ocean City and Rehoboth. So a good beach weekend for sure. And here's that 7-day forecast. So 83 today, back to the lower 90s. Plenty of drier air Saturday and Sunday. Monday brings another chance of some storms, especially late Monday into Tuesday, which may prompt a weather alert day. But notice those 90s that stay with us through the middle of next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got another day of training camp without J.K. Dobbins on the field. Whether it's contract or injury related, the Ravens running back continues to miss time. We asked Ravens offensive coordinator Todd Monken how much catching up Dobbins will have to do when he does get back, and Monken had this to say.
It's a great question because he hasn't repped. So it's hard for me to know that when he's not out there. It's just the way it is. I mean, he's not out there, so we'll find out when he does get out there. But we're excited. I know I was kind of being a little, smart aleck there, but I'm just saying in general, when he gets out there, we'll be excited to have him.
No word on when that might happen. Well, from the gridiron to the diamond, the Orioles have officially showcased their trade deadline acquisition last night as starting pitcher Jack Flaherty made his first appearance for the O's, and it was an exciting one. The O's hope that the 27-year-old righty can help them win games not only now, but, dare we say it, when postseason baseball rolls around. Flaherty making his Orioles debut. He'd get the start against the Jays. Strikes out Matt Chapman to end the first, and in the top of the second, Austin Hayes providing the run support there, getting an RBI single to left there. Drives in Ryan Mountcastle, giving the Birds a 1-0 lead. But Flaherty was the headline yesterday with 8 strikeouts, leading the O's to a series victory over the Jays there, beating Toronto 6-1.
Great breaking ball, 2 breaking balls and a cutter. A lot of swing and misses. Throwing it to 96 there in that 6th inning also, so he kept his velocity. Sold out crowd here, tough environment, and just love the way he pitched.
And whether you're watching the O's at home or at Camden Yards, we want to see all of your pictures, all the fun, the excitement, the orange. Scan the QR code right there on your screen, and that's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla, Orioles magic.
All right, now turning to soccer. This Sunday, Team USA is gearing up to Sweden in round 16. Now, they're coming off of a draw with Portugal, finishing second in Group E, but they'll need to do a whole lot better than that to take home their 3rd straight title. Team USA has a slight favor to win, but Sweden is expected to put up a tough fight. Of course, you can watch that game here at 5 a.m. Sunday morning on Fox 45. Lack of compensation, resources, and interest in the profession are just a few reasons behind the ongoing teacher shortage.
But with the new school year just a few weeks away, educators say vacant positions could further jeopardize students who are already struggling to catch up on learning gaps ushered in during the pandemic.
Staffing gaps vary from state to state, particularly affecting districts in the South and rural areas, with special education and math positions still seeing greater vacancies. Nationwide, math and reading scores are still severely down from pre-pandemic numbers, and experts say it's critical now more than ever that shortages are properly addressed.
Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now through the first day of school, we're going to be compiling all of the things that busy families need to know to prepare for a great school year ahead. Just click on the QR code. You see it right there on your screen, and that's going to help you check out all of the stories that we have posted so far. Or you can always just go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
All right, now for a bright spot for you this morning, it's time to head down to the Yellow Brick Road because The Wiz is returning to Baltimore.
Very exciting. The hit musical will be bringing its national tour to the Hippodrome Theater next month from September 23rd to the 30th. Fun fact for you, this is a return to home for the show. The Wiz premiered right here in Baltimore back in 1974 at the Morris, a Mechanic Theater, and the national tour is going to start here too. Tickets are on sale right now.
Okay. Well, we're starting off mostly cloudy and mild, but we are still tracking some rain. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets you know what to expect for your weekend. That's just ahead in his exclusive 10-day forecast.